Okay, we are live. We are live. We are live. This your boy Dr. Hood, and we back with another exclusive DRH19D. If you didn't know, that's Dr. Hood, y'all. That's Dr. Hood. Hit the like and subscribe button. Smash that bell for notifications. We got plenty of videos. You guys can go check out the treasure chest of videos that we put together for y'all. We talking about all type of different things. It's important that you guys hit the like and subscribe button, smash that bell for notifications so you can be notified every time we go live. We're probably going to take a small break from the normal lives that we've been doing. We're trying to get the algorithm going, so I'm gonna put my boots on and just bang out a bunch of videos, bunch of 10-minute, 20-minute videos, 5-10 minute videos, just to boost up the stocks on the channel. It's very important to elevate. No matter what you're doing, you got to elevate. You dig? So we got a good video today. Hopefully we get some participation, get some people up in the chat, get some people to jump on the panel. This is an open panel. I always drop the link every time we do something like this. It's going to be some controversial topics going on. Nothing more than the controversial Andrew Tate, just recently arrested. They're talking about this and that. Dr. Hood probably not going to get too much into that. I don't know all the ins and outs. Just Pearly things, one of the hottest things on the internet on this space. Brittany Renner, team delusional. It just never stops. Pretty privilege and delusion, but anyway, let's get into it.
Drop fast, move too flip too fast. Ain't no such thing too fast.
Drop too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast.
Money's always on my mind, so I'ma get it. And if it makes sense, then you know I'm down with it. Cause people say I drive too fast, too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. I got it coming in like Usain Bolt. You want that dope? You gon' get what you pay for. Telling me I move fast, but I think you move slow. Time waits for no man. Gotta get that new dough. Just dropped off the last batch. I got a new loaf. Had to double back cause he called it needed 2 more. Maybe I be driving too fast for that guap. It's coming in too fast. I pray it don't stop. Cause I was on the bottom, gotta climb to the top. Used to rock hand-me-downs, now I'm handy on the block. I came up off the rock like Sean. I'm a whole lobster, y'all prawns. You fucking with a king, y'all pawns. And for that 25, you get that Barry Bonds. Cause people say I drive too fast, too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. Money's always on my mind, so I'ma get it. And if it makes sense, then you know I'm down with it. Cause people say I drive too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. I got it coming in like Usain Bolt. You want that dope? You gon' get what you pay for. Hey, move, bitch. Get up out my way like Luda. Carpool lane by myself for the Gouda. One twitch, you could get blacked by a shooter. Real fast, come up in your house like an intruder. Drive 110 in the 60. Hand over that money first, you ain't about to jit me. Gotta keep that blick on my lap cause it get tricky. Keep both eyes open in these streets cause it get iffy. I need them blue avatars. Nigga, what you travel for? I was moving fast, trapping in that travel lodge. Or that days in, waiting till them days in. I'm blessed I made it this far, this shit's amazing. But people say I drive too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. Money's always on my mind, so I'ma get it. And if it makes sense, then you know I'm down with it. Cause people say I drive too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. I got it coming in like Usain Bolt. You want that dope? You gon' get what you pay for.
Drop too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast.
Drop fast, move too flip too fast. Ain't no such thing too fast.
You know what it is. You know what it is. Light up, fire up. Let's go.
To the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel, and welcome to the pregame. Before I start, do not forget to subscribe to the channel and ring that notification bell. That way you're going to be notified of my daily videos. Like the video on your way in. We have a special panel tonight. But before we get to that, a couple announcements before we start the show. The first is that we have two Clips channels, Just Pearly Clips and Pearl Daily. Make sure you go subscribe to both of those. Sign up for our membership tiers. Follow me on Instagram, and thank you for 800K, and thank you for 100 episodes.
They got 100 episodes, 800K. They doing it real big. Okay. Dr. Hood, we're trying to do it just that big. We're trying to do it that big or bigger. So it's going to take a lot of support. You know, if you guys like motherfuckers that got it out the mud, you know, you guys tired of listening to all this fake ass YouTube shit that's floating around, I encourage you to support people like Dr. Hood, people that come from the same struggle as you. You know, we're going to dissect these things. This video right here broke the internet. It's not even a question. You know, it broke the internet. There's been a lot of people reacting to this. Obsidian, and you know, it's been a lot of people in these spaces, top dogs in these spaces that reacted to this. I haven't seen anybody from my particular background that took the time to put this one out here. I wanted everybody to get what they had to say out. I checked out a couple reactions to this. This one was crazy. It probably did 2.5 or 3 million within just a few days. So, you know, it's in the algorithm already. So let's go.
All right, guys, let's take a quick second and hear from our channel sponsor. Identity theft in America is skyrocketing.
Let's speed up.
U.S. consumers reported available for Android and iOS.
Let's speed up.
Relationship status. I am single, doing interviews. I'm not just going for anybody.
She's single doing interviews. She's not going for anybody. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, that's how it is. Auntie Jenny here, 54. I'm here to cut out the bullshit.
Okay, she up there.
I like that.
Okay.
I like that.
Thank you, guys.
I bet you do.
Yeah, you have to cut the bullshit. That's the problem with the world today. It's too much bullshit.
And they're not direct. If they've got something to say to you, just say it.
Absolutely.
Why are you being mean already?
I don't really
Say
care. If you've got something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Just say it.
So
If I've
basically,
got
I'll
something
say
to
it.
I already got my
Just say
teammate.
it. Just say it.
100%.
Hey, Auntie, I
Yeah.
beg, give the girl a chance to speak now and relax.
What girl?
Hey.
What have I said?
Man, this channel goes ham. I really like it. I like the production. Just Pearly Things. Salute to that young lady right there. I don't know if it's genuine. Hey, why not? Why not be genuine? But she says a lot of things that's on point, a lot of things that I be wanting to say. And in these spaces, you know, let's just say before the Kevin Samuels came around and kind of shook things up, it was really hard to get your point across in these spaces. And when I see people that are actively putting this stuff out in the atmosphere, I definitely got to salute it. The platform is great. You know, they got the couches, mics, and everything mic'd up. You know, people could get some drinks or, you know, have a little snack. Andrew Tate, 300 millionaire. You know, he's got into some legal shit. You know, I hope he gets out of that. They kicked him off of a lot of platforms. YouTube, one of them, for some of the things he said. I'm kind of new to these spaces. I'm not all the way familiar with the Andrew Tates of the world. Brittany Renner, she wants to be a basketball wife. She wants to be an Instagram thought. And it's a lot of things that she does. People, you know, look at her as a beautiful woman. To me, I think she hit the wall. And in these next few years, you're going to see if it's not the aesthetics, the physical appearance, it'll be more of the guys that she's able to deal with will definitely decline. Although I don't even know her baby's dad. I guess he's in the NBA. PJ Tucker. Yeah, I don't know the guy's name. I can Google the shit. Maybe you guys could, you know, put it in the chat or whatever. But She didn't get the LeBron. She didn't get the Ja Morant. She obviously didn't get an all-star type of guy. She settled for anything else that was lurking around. You guys got to watch out, man, especially if you're getting money, because these women, and I'm looking at this, and it's all about this hypergamy. And when we talking about this, rather if that's their reality in life, or she's just saying this stupid ass shit, but they're after your bread. That's all they're there for. Yeah, they talk about physical attractions and things like that, but for the most part, they're after your bread. They don't want to respect you if you don't have it. Oh yeah, we got a message from our sponsor. We have not forgot about the elephant in the room. Okay, Brett Favre. We gotta put him in there, and all the travesty and the bullshit that he did and the things that he took from the community, and that people don't give him any backlash. So, Dr. Hood, from time to time, we will bring that up. Anyway, back over here. So just watch out, and I'm gonna point out a lot of the things that proves that women, they don't really give a fuck about you. They care about what you can do for them and how you can make their life better. They're really not in it to make your life better. I think, that we're talking about, and this shit be funny as hell, because it be guys like in the top 5% of all men earners, and then they're talking all this shit like, oh, they don't need a woman for nothing. They don't need a woman to make this. They don't need a woman. Bullshit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Bullshit. If you're not in the top 5%, if you're not in the top 1%, then I don't see it as being a problem wondering or needing a woman that makes money, that doesn't just lay on her fucking ass and don't do shit all day. You know what I'm saying? So you hear a lot of this stuff, and women are sitting around, and what they're doing is they're not going to fuck with you. They don't want to get into nothing serious with you, because if they get into something serious with you, then they're going to pass up that $1 million guy that's going to swoop through like Aladdin with the the carpet and fly them away. And so they could be living their best life. But that guy a lot of times doesn't come. And most of the time, these women don't qualify for that guy. And that's when the conversation gets started. So we're digging through here. You guys are welcome to come up. If anybody want to, tag whoever you want to tag, invite whoever you want to invite. The thing's in there. Let's get it going.
What
have I said?
I'm addressing the elephant in the room, innit?
Listen, I don't believe in no elephants in the room. If there's something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. If you got something to say to me, I am here. Talk to my face. There should be no elephant in the room, because this ain't no zoo.
Yeah, this ain't no zoo.
So if you got something to say, just say it. We're all big. No, I'm just saying, we're just all big people here. So if I want to say something to you, I'm going to say something to you straight, like I normally do. Yes. If I've got something to say to Esther, I'm going to tell Esther. Whether she likes it or not, I don't really care. Andrew Tate, my son's older than him, so I don't give a damn who he is. I'm going to just say what I got to say. So whoever don't like it, that's tough. Don't come.
You missed out, Brittany. I feel picked on.
This lady right here, that black lady, she's pushing, she's 50 something years old. So her perspective about things are going to be a lot different than a lot of the younger girls that's on the panel. I'm just giving you guys a little backstory, because I've watched a few of Just Pearly things, interviews, and her shows that she got going on. Like she said, congratulations, this is episode 100. So they've been going in, and she's got 945,000 subscribers. Like Dr. Hood will take 45,000 of those subscribers, and we'll be doing it, man. We'll have an excellent show. We'll have people calling in, all of that stuff for the entertainment. But for the most part, this is an educational experience. So let's get it in. Hit the like and subscribe button. Support the channel. You know how we do. We up smoking some. What are we smoking? Some boysenberry truffle or something. Some exquisite shit, bro. We're not blowing some average cabbage.
Okay, so
And Brittany too, right? Even Pearl too. Feel better now.
yeah, Auntie gave me Auntie was yelling at me in wife school the other day, but she doesn't give a shit. Okay, so my first question is, what is the #1 problem facing men today, and what is the #1 problem facing women today?
I'm gonna say something.
Come on, ladies.
Everybody's
Everybody's
gonna
going to educate me.
The number one problem.
Answer all the questions. Come on, tell me.
See, Andrew Tate, you guys got to know, his perspective is going to be unique, but you got, and I didn't know this. I had to Google him. The guy's worth $300 million, right? You know what I'm saying? $300 million. He's not like Brittany Renner. She only worth $500,000. She a regular nigga to me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, her beauty could be one thing, but she a regular motherfucker to me. Bitch, you only worth $500,000. You shaking your ass. You got OnlyFans, all this shit. Shaking that ass and getting tricks and fucking dick after dick. Bitch, you should be worth more than that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying, bitch, is in general. I'm not calling her a bitch. Let me put that, my caption on there. I don't want people to think that, we up in here going against the community standards. This is just in general. I don't give a shit about her at all. She's not my type. Any broad that can't count on one hand how many niggas she slept with, she's totally off limits for me when it comes to a serious relationship, unless she has more money than me and it's some type of financial gain for me. All right. Now you guys heard it here, and that's what it is. And we're not going to sugarcoat nothing.
One problem with men is that they don't tell women the truth, and the #1 problem with women is that they can't handle the truth. Simple.
That's a good paradigm to start from, because it's actually very interesting you say that. A lot of women say, I just want a man who's honest. And then the second you're honest, she's like, what? You did what? It's like, well, they don't ask me for honesty. Of course I fucking lie.
Thank you.
So that's a good point. I agree with that one. I don't think it's the biggest problem, but it certainly is a problem in relationships today. That is a problem. The biggest problem with men today is that I think the world is becoming hyper competitive. Most men are not aware and understanding of how quickly there's going to be a genuine shift in between those who have things and those who do not have things. Not just finances, but also female status, everything else. And it's a status game, right? And it's becoming harder and harder for men to play. And that's all women's fault, of course. Because women choose the winners, right? Women choose who the high status males are. So women pretend to give a shit about men. Of course they don't. They give a shit about themselves.
Right.
And a woman, if you ask her what she wants from a man, she's like, I don't want much. I just want to find a nice man who's a millionaire and 6 foot tall and funny and charismatic and interesting and spontaneous and looks after me and doesn't cheat. And is funny and good looking and strong. I don't want much. Like they name all this shit that most dudes are never gonna have. And it's becoming harder and harder. And you end up with people, top G's, who own everything on the planet they could ever possibly wish for.
Right. So women are clearly wanting things that most men are never gonna have. The vacations all the time, the big ass crib with the big yard and cars and all of this lavish stuff, being able to go out and eat every day and spend all this excess time doing nothing and Netflix and everything that doesn't accumulate money. That's pretty much the perfect life for a woman. And they want guys to do that, but they have to understand that the average guy is never gonna have all of those things. He might have a couple of those things going for himself. He might have the good job with the nice house, or the networks with the something, a nice business going on, but he's probably not going to have it all. He's not going to have time to fuck off and spend money and shop and bags. And I think this Instagram has got people, their mind warped to where they think that that's what relationships are all about. Going out, spending money, being a consumer. Okay, that's what the perfect man is in women's eyes, and they need to understand that that's not the reality. And hearing it coming from a guy that's got $300 million, right? I think it holds some type of weight.
And then you got other guys who have nothing, and there's this large divide. There's no longer any middle ground. You have dudes who can't get any pussy, and then you got dudes who are just blocking girls left, right, and center. And that's what the problem with being a man is today.
What about the women?
What about
Well,
Should I say the problem
I
with
would
women?
say,
I'll tell you.
well, everybody's got a chance to talk.
I'm gonna shut up and have my Clementine.
No, I want to know. I want to know. I want to learn from you, sir.
You want to learn from me?
Well,
Yes,
I wanted to answer. I feel like it goes for both. It's not just one or the other. I feel like it's self accountability.
Women are not accountable for themselves. I agree with you there.
Why just
0%.
women though? What
It's
about
both.
men?
It's
Yeah,
both.
It is
definitely both.
It is both. You're right. But society punishes men for not being self-accountable. But society does not punish women for not being self-accountable. I'll give you an example. If you're a man and you're arrogant and you think you're something when you're not, trust me, society will teach you very quickly that you don't matter when you don't.
Exactly. You know, as a man, ever since you're 12 years old, you know that when you turn 16, you need to have your license. You need to be driving. You need to be doing something, right? Some people go get a little job. Some people are playing sports. They're trying to do everything that they can do to boost their status. While a woman, all she has to do is just show up. If she shows up, she smells good, she's in shape, she looks good, she doesn't have to do anything, right? There's really no guys that are just born the lottery fucking pick, unless you want to fucking LeBron's fucking sons or some shit, right? For the most part, even people in your family, you see kids growing up. You never know which one is going to turn out to be the golden goose, right? So, I mean, it's the deck is stacked against men. You need to know that. That's why your Annie got to be up. They got to be bringing something to the table. We're not doing all this. I worked 40 years of my life to get to a level where I can damn near retire, and I got enough money to do this, and then all you want to do is just meet me at the finish line and just fuck with me. You know, that's gonna be for somebody that been down. You know,
get laid and you stay a fucking brokey. If you're a chick and think you're something when you're not, you can run around with your ego, still get dates, still get laid, still have a fairly sensible social life. Society as a whole doesn't come along and slap you in the face with realizations. If you're a man and you think you're something you're not, it is a ticking time bomb until society teaches you a lesson. That's the difference. This is why men in general are more self-accountable, because the men who are not self-accountable get fucked up. So those who are successful are very self-accountable people. They look at themselves and go, okay, the only way I'm going to get and progress further, the reason she left me, the only way I'm going to do better, make more money, et cetera, is I have to change. Most women don't want to do that. They don't sit and think I have to change. They think, oh, he left me because it's him, and I lost my job because my boss, and this is this because of this. No, you women don't look in the mirror and change a fucking thing.
Don't forget what you're forgetting right nowadays. They can't change it because it's all about body positivity.
Are you
they
saying?
can look sexy at 28.
Are you saying Lizzo's not a 10?
Fuck no.
The best way to burn fat and get shredded is not keto, not paleo, and it's definitely.
Are you guys trying to get me canceled?
See, I'm not gonna lie, I don't agree with what you just said, because 90% of cosmetic surgery is by women. Women are trying to change as much as possible. Men don't want to change. They're not accountable for themselves. They think that because you're a man, you're gonna be attracted to them. No, like you can't be fat. You stay at home. You're just playing video games, and you expect a woman to want to fuck you. No, she's not gonna want to fuck you.
Yeah, but then she won't. This is the point. And then she won't, and society will teach them a lesson. They might be able to pull off a little blag with a girl for a year or so, but in general, they're going to end up lonely. In general, they're going to struggle to find partners. I agree with you with the cosmetic surgery thing. Women are happy to change how their appearance and change how they look, but they're not happy to change how they act. Most of them, they're not happy to change. No, they're not.
The women are changing what the men don't care about. The men don't care about the big old lips.
Yes, they do.
No, they do it. The women are doing that for themselves.
Yeah.
Because the men don't care about it. The men would rather a woman change her stinking attitude.
See? And that's why an older woman, she's going to know. Rather, if she's on the market or whatever it is, she's going to know. And the younger women, because they feel like they got the power and they've experienced pretty privilege, that this shit doesn't apply to them. You know, that's where they fuck up at.
Then put on all that makeup and hair and everything. That's what the men want. But the women will go out there like, oh, I'm going to change this, I'm going to change that. If you look at a man and the man said, yeah, he's fat, The man who most, if he's feeling bad about himself, he wants to make something, he'll go and hit the gym. What's someone going to do? Go and do, get a BBL, get her lips done, put on her makeup, put on her hair.
Right. And I see all these dumbass broads, you know, and no offense, you know, if you're on my channel, you know, you over 35 and you went and got a BBL, you know, you know, and then you don't even want to work out when you get it. You know, you didn't want to work out before it. I saw plenty of little small railed out, you know, little chicks, and they work hard. They do their squats. You know, they in the beginning it looked like they not even doing shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm being honest. You know, it looked like they not even doing nothing, right? And then eventually they start to shape up a little bit. You know, it starts to be more proportion to their body. You start to see the definition in the legs. They look like they getting a little booty, right? But most chicks, they don't want to work for it. They just want to go pay for this shit and never have no type of work ethic to maintain it, right? So I think it's a lot got to do with genetics. A lot got to do with the amount of work that you put in. You dig?
A big old fat person that she is and say, oh, it's body positivity. The men don't even want that. And that's, the women are not getting all this cosmetic surgery for the men. They're getting it for themselves. You can't turn around. What man wants a woman that's going to turn around, go and have an operation and can't sit on a plane because her ass has been injected or been interfered with? She got
I saw a chick in the back of an SUV laying on her motherfucking stomach, driving down the fucking street, man. Come on, man. You got to be kidding me. Is it that serious? Is it that fucking serious? It don't take all that. A guy that marries a woman that got a BBL, you might be one of the dumbest niggas in the world. And I understand, you know, couples, they're not getting married. Marriage is at the all-time low. People ain't really thinking about that shit. But I mean, you gotta be a dumbass nigga if you just say, oh yeah, you know, she got a BBL. She went and got her ass done just so she could get more attention. That's all she's doing it for. You know, the wife that gets the most attention probably ain't the best wife. I'm gonna be honest with you. People could get mad or whatever. You know, get mad at the comments.
They're on her stomach. You think the men want that? Or wake up in the morning before you got to hit the house. She's got to put on. I'm sure I worried about some of the men because they must go out with a woman. Ooh. And then when they wake up in the morning, they think, who the hell is she?
The scars,
by the time you take everything off, women need to change their attitudes before they change their makeup. I'm sure that even more than that, change your attitude. Because women will go out there and they would want to change this, they want to change that. All the things that don't count. If you learn to, the same way how women can go out there and learn to put makeup on, learn to cook, learn to wash by hand. Learn to please a man.
That is so outdated.
That's what you need to do.
That's outdated, girl.
She's like, girl.
That's outdated.
She's right.
For who?
I'm saying it's like we had literally just talked about this off camera when you guys picked me up from the airport, when we were talking about what's the value system or the point system for a woman who cooks versus a woman who can suck good dick and fuck well.
But you can cook and suck dick as well.
No, but I'm saying is that Pearl, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but quoting her was that when she interviewed people on the street, that there was more points given to something like a sexual return as opposed to, oh, wash dishes by hand, there's a dishwasher. Why cook? We can eat out. There's a chef. That people don't give a fuck about that.
That's what they think.
Right.
But we literally just talked about this yesterday.
No, it was okay. I did a street interview and I asked the guys, would you rather have a girl that gave good head or a good cook? And most guys
want this.
But I think that's
for
more,
the quick satisfaction.
But I think that's more for like a one night stand.
But what I'm trying to say is that if you all the
they want that, you know what I'm saying? So Pearl comes through and blasts them. I don't know if y'all been over there. If you ain't been over there, you know, I check out all different spaces. I want to be well rounded off. Hey, one day we might be talking about a court case. One day we might be talking about, you know, the community. One day we're talking about women. One day we're talking about breakups and relationships. I like to be well-rounded off. Pearl, she throws her little jabs. Just notice how she throws her little jabs. I think she baked Brittany Renner at this, you know, I would say it was somewhat of a debate.
There, and they're talking about, well, some of the women want to be settled down. They want a man, right? And you got to think what the man
And the
wants.
old
The
lady,
man ain't interested in that. Look at
man, the old lady knows what it is. Now, people might be like, she might not be your type, but she knows what it is, you know.
Doing street interviews, you're interviewing single people. Look at the people there that are happily married and ask them what they do. Because all the things that the women out there are doing, you can be a housewife, you can be going out, you can suck head just as good as any old tramp on the street and keep your man and have a man. And I can say that because I'm 32 years in counting.
Auntie, you can't say attraction's not important now. You can't say attraction is not important though.
It is important.
For you to initially, exactly. A man is not gonna find you attractive and then think, oh, because
I'm so fat. Brendan, you're not fat. It's the shirt.
See, they're trying to fool. They're trying to fool you. Let me get in here. They're trying to fool you, right? You know, they want that original attraction, you know, all of this shit. They're trying to fool you. And men, you got to be smart and use it for what the fuck it is. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. Just use it for what it is. Don't, you know, get caught up into that. Because when you're picking the woman that you're gonna have kids with, the woman that you may marry, or you know, you're in a long-term relationship where you building with, you don't want some foolery. You don't. So all of this attraction shit and trying to be seen, and you know, I think a woman that wants to be seen that much, she's clearly not the one. I've been right more than wrong. Okay. Every now and then you get a unicorn, you know, something works out. But for the most part, if that's all she wants to do is be out, be seen, doing all this unnecessary stuff, rather if it's the long nails and, you know, all of this unnecessary weaves and, you know, all of this shit, she's probably not the one, man. And if you cuffed it, you probably had some problems with it.
Wow, it's got a chef.
A man's gonna find you attractive, and he's
okay.
gonna.
Let's ask Andrew.
Would you be with a girl that's 5 out of 10 because she can cook?
That ain't what I said.
Oh, well, firstly, that's not what she said, to be fair. And secondly, I'd be with a 10 out of 10 who can cook because I'm top G. But to make the point, I think what you have to understand is what men are looking for in a relationship. So you did the street interview and you're asking single people, probably young people, probably idiots who know they're on camera talking shit about good head, all this garbage. It's bullshit. What men are interested in life, not just in their relationship, but in their life as a whole, is status. I don't think most people understand.
Chef.
Man, bro, like, where are we at with this thing? Like, have you already dissected just the basic arrest and that? Like, what are we dealing with right now? Because this is crazy.
I'm gonna just walk in there. I'm gonna let him figure his thing out in court, and then I'm because this interview was crazy, and I was waiting on it to get more traction before I did it. But this interview was a classic thoughts versus the. I don't even know what to call it, but they was kind of baking. But yeah, Brittany Renner, Andrew Tate, you know, just Pearly things. She almost got 1 million on her joint. You know, she done got pages took down and Instagrams and stuff. So she's clearly been in the algorithm. You know, we talk about that all the time when growing these platforms and trying to get things out here. But this interview, Brittany Renner's whole perspective, you know, she's the woman that thinks that she can get to the top by her looks. Dated or I don't know if she got it engaged or whatever to an NBA guy. I don't even know his name.
They was married. She immediately, you know, it's all up there on what happened with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, me, what I want to ask, because I want to ask some very pointed questions. Like, this shit been on my mind for a minute.
Right.
And now is the time for me to address it. I want to talk about pizza real quick. Right? I don't really know what the listeners know regarding pizza and this and that, but I do know before the image of pizza and the shit with pizza and hot dogs in the emails, and when it was our favorite politician and our favorite propagandist, that shit didn't have no legs. right? When we was doing the Podesta investigations. And motherfuckers, I'm not even gonna break down who Podesta is, because if you know everything that happened with Tory Lanez and Megan, and you know all about the YSL, then you should know about the ping pong and pizza, nigga. Now it's fucking amazing how all them emails, when it was our favorite politicians, yep, the first woman first lady, O Block, them niggas. when it was them, all that shit was unsubstantiated. It was all slander. Even things that didn't make sense. Like a motherfucker wanted to order a gang of hot dogs and a gang of pizza for some little party with a bunch of politicians and political influencers, when these motherfuckers got top of the line everything in the White House. But you want to order all that shit, and niggas like, oh nah. So this dude, he makes a response with a pizza box sitting in front of them, and they're openly saying, yeah, the pizza box is what made this happen. And so we got an issue with that now. So that does mean sexual, whatever it means, pedophile, whatever it means something that's improper that we can't allow in society. Oh, this was in Romania. Man, it's still a goddamn pizza box.
Right.
A pizza box should mean in Romania what it means in America if we're talking about fucking sex trafficking.
Whoa.
See, it's so easy to put that on somebody, but it's so hard to put it on something systemic. Have you ever heard of Boys Town? Bro, we gonna dissect that. You gonna look that up first. We gonna deal with that internally. Then you go, and when you look at it, bro, you gonna trip, my nigga. And this is an expose from 40 years ago. Let me ask you a question. How old are you, sir?
I'm 42.
Ain't that something? This been going on. You feel me? When you was running around, man, trying to, man, snatch little snacks from Seahawk and them niggas, man. This been going on a long time, like publicly. Now, all of a sudden, all the things we used to defend, we're using them to attack. And these are social media influencers. Like, we're not really going after the real dudes. We're just putting this off on cats. And when you get your name attached with certain shit, just the idea your name was attached with it, bro, it's a black eye in the game on you. So what they doing with this, bro, they trying to destroy his character by affiliating him with sex trafficking. And it's because he did the response and he did it with the pizza box, and yeah, that's odd. Oh, okay, so now he can't have a pizza box when he's doing what he do. So basically, bro, everybody who they showing pizza parties and they going to Chuck E. Cheese, bro, we need to get them, bro. Everybody who had a birthday party for some kids at Chuck E. Cheese, you're suspect. That is, of course, if you say something we don't like, because if you're on the other side, you could eat all the pizza and go all the Chuck E. Cheeses you want.
Yeah. Hey,
bro,
if you're a target, you're a target.
Yeah, bro, they just decided to hey, listen, first of all, I'm not like some Andrew Tate type of guy, bro. You know me, bro, I'm a pretty nice guy. Like, I could deal with reality, but I'm gonna give you reality as decent as I can, because reality is gonna be harsh enough. You don't need me to be harsh. Believe me, reality is gonna give it to you with no chaser, right? And they gonna serve you fucking Everclear. Reality is Everclear with no chaser. All right, cool. We'll let reality be the bad guy. Me, I'm gonna give it to you with a little bit of nurturing and this and that. But this dude, whatever it is he said or allegedly did, yo, man, it's enough for y'all to put that on a dude and play with his name and image like that. Man, that's crazy.
Man. Yeah, like I said, his I'm not even to that yet. To all the
Oh, my bad, bro.
to
My
everything
bad.
that he's doing.
I'm sorry, bro. I see the shit, and you see you do
Well, no,
this to me, though.
it all ties in, but you know, I just ain't got that far with it because I
Aight.
like to me being a former guy that has stood up in front of a fucking judge probably a dozen times. You know what I'm saying? I just always like to let everything come out first before because basically I be going off what the news is saying, and that's what they do to me. That's what they do to everybody. They paint you by whatever the media is saying, and you know that's what it is. So, me personally, I like to at least let him get his day in court, so they can, you know, show a little bit more facts about it. Now, it is a very serious situation. And I had intended on doing this interview before. So with all due respect. But now that's just where I'm at with it. What up, Ray?
What be the deal, y'all? Good morning, the last Friday of the 2022, my brothers.
What's happening?
It's good to see you guys. Good to hear from you guys, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good to hear from you. I've been seeing you out here in these streets.
Hey man, you know, hey man, listen,
Yeah,
man,
man.
we out here trying to cook the dope. You get
Hey,
man.
man.
We trying to get the name popping so they swing it back over this way. You get what I'm saying, and
yes,
you know, get the brand moving on all accords. You feel me?
man.
You know, we ain't taking no shorts in none of these motherfuckers YouTube spaces. We who we are.
Yeah,
You know,
totally.
you know how it go, hood. You know, we up through there. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gotta like us, but they gonna respect us.
You check out the Brittany Renner Pearly Things interview with Andrew Tate.
I listen. I checked out about. Let me be honest with you guys. I checked out about maybe 20 minutes, but the first few minutes I didn't get that much in depth to it because Auntie was on there going in with the young
Auntie was
chick.
going in.
She was going in on the young chick. You know, the young irritating chick on there, you know what I mean? So I didn't get too far deep into it, but you kind of get a concept of how it's going to go. You get what I'm saying? So I didn't get too far deep into it. I think Brittany's just, you know, she's taking advantage of, you know, opportunity, but at the same time, you know, I just think she was just overrated, but I can't knock her for taking advantage of the clout. You feel me? I just think she's always been overrated to me. You know, to be honest, I like Superhead better than her, but she's the new gen of Superhead. So you get what I'm saying? But, you know, when I look at NBA players, I don't know if you guys took a look at, you know, I've been through the Twitter streets. I've up my my vision on Twitter, because that's the first thing you go to in the morning. You get what I'm saying? You want the news from the black culture. You want the news from what's going on better than TV. Go to your Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Whatever's trending and whatever folks are saying, shit that you never seen. I didn't call a video of Andrew Tate doing a rap video on there. I was like, oh my God. You get what I'm saying? So I just think that Brittany's just a new generation of superhead, and she's taking advantage of platforms that's being given to her. You know, I would imagine she's getting paid for it now. So you know what I'm saying? But when I think about NBA players, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all caught that Christmas party of the New York Knicks and the picture that they sent out with the players and their girlfriends.
I seen that.
You seen that, right? And you seen the one Russian cat is the only one that had a sister. You know, one Russian white cat is the only one that had a sister in there. And it's not even about him having a sister. It's like the other brothers and what they had. And I'm like, damn, this is what these multi-million dollars is cats is settling for. You get what I'm saying out here? You know, I don't, you know, one of these days you're gonna have to post that pic up. You know, we got to talk about that pic, man. You get what I'm saying? Like
Well,
this is
they tried to get on the sister because she was the only one. Well, dude wasn't smiling because it was the black dudes with the white girls, and
Yeah.
then it was basically a white dude with a black chick.
Yeah.
And
with
the
blonde
black
hair, yeah.
chick wasn't smiling, and he wasn't smiling.
But it's that ain't even the takeaway from it. The takeaway is them two, because she's the only sister in there, and he happens to be the white, and I think he's Ukrainian. I think he's Ukrainian, matter of fact.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? On top of that, you know, and then you see the other brothers. Like, bro, I was so disappointed. I'm like, no way, you guys. No way, this is what you guys are selling for, man. So, but then you guys are using something like a Brittany Renner, who's in that picture. That was during her good looking time, you know, was a bust down, but that's what y'all selling with. Man, listen, there's no way.
Right here.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's one of her good pictures. They're good from, you know, when she was probably, where's she at? She's in the fucking NBA arena,
right?
Or college arena.
Yeah, she was
probably
eating good. She was
probably,
eating good.
Yeah, probably where PJ, her baby dad, where she met him at. You know what I'm saying? But I just think that, listen, ain't no way I'm a millionaire in my picture, and that's what I'm busting down. Those are chicks you meet at 6th Ave. You meet them chicks at the bars up the street. You get what I'm saying? The white chicks you meet up, you know, at the local pub. You get what I'm saying? I just was this flabbergasted when I seen that picture. But you know, I didn't really get a chance to see the whole Pearly thing. I probably wouldn't have watched the whole thing because it's kind of predictable. We know what Andrew Tate's on. We know what Brittany's on. I don't know if they even had the back and forth. You probably be able to tell me that more than I've seen it, you know, because that's probably more of the juiciness of it. Did Tate and Brittany go back and forth, or was they more in cohorts with each other? You get
no, they was well, Pearl was sticking and moving.
Okay.
I think Pearl was the one that was throwing her little slick little jabs.
Okay, some snotty shit.
Yeah, but she was dead on. You know,
okay.
It was like, damn, you know, like, you don't know this, like, you know how Pearl is, her little demeanor. She got
the only thing I caught from Brittany on there that was interesting is that she said something to the senses that she's not gonna be the person that she once was. You get what I'm saying? Which is okay, but
what do you mean? So explain that.
Well, she's saying basically she's throwing in her card. She's
her whole card.
Yeah, she's throwing in her whole card.
She's still trying to get men that are
she's still
higher, even higher than the what's the guy's name? PJ Washington or something. What's his name?
Yeah.
That's his name.
Yeah.
See, I don't even know this dude. Is he good? Do we need to Google this nigga or what? You know.
Well, he plays for the Hornets now. He's a decent player. He's a decent role player. You get what I'm saying, for the Hornets.
So he doesn't even start.
No, he probably has maybe a few times off some injuries or something, but he's a very decent role player. But she caught him in Kentucky, you know what I mean, where he was in college. You know what I'm saying? She caught him early. You know, but
she's smart. She's smart because she'll go to a town like Kentucky and shit, and you know, like she's a real smart.
She was like she was in the picture. She got herself like she was in the picture. You know, we know that when we see most women down by the courtside games, mainly on the pro level, we know that they're getting knocked down by one of the NBA players or a few of them. And then when you watch the no jumper interviews with a lot of these bust downs, that they have no problem admitting that, you know, that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? They get, you know, they'll put it out there. I done got my shit smacked a few times by a few NBA players, sometimes by the whole starting five. You know what I'm saying? I done seen a chick on no jumper says she done got bust down by 5 players from the Suns. You know what I'm saying? We know what Ben Simmons do. We heard that through the fucking Megan and them trial. We know that Ben was fucking with the Jenner girl, you know what I'm saying, for a minute, which ironically they was at a party for fucking the other sister, you know what I'm saying? Ironically. You get what I'm saying? So we know that I will knock on the NBA players. You know, it's like truck drivers.
It goes down, and Brittany
it
wants
like
to get in there
drivers.
with no talent, just look with her little looks, her little bubble.
It's a status, but she just ain't have no problem. She just if Superhead had social media back when she did a great job for her clout. And ran with it, then Superhead would have been just like this. But social media wasn't banging like that, like it is now then. But Superhead did very well, you know, and she was fucking with niggas, older cats like us in the industry, you know. And, you know, was the video chick at least, you know. I don't know if Brittany was in any videos. You get what I'm saying? At least Superhead was in some porn and some videos. You get what I'm saying? And, you know, she was talented or made herself talented other than her mouth. You get what I'm saying? So we know that she fucked with niggas our age. Brittany's fucking with the younger cats. You get what I mean? She's fucking with the 25s, the 35s. You get what I'm saying? Right. So, you know, or like the Andrew Tate's age. You get what I'm saying? Because Andrew Tate was about, you know, he was known, he was the MMA, kickboxer. You get what I'm saying? So he's not no slouch.
How'd he get into that bread though? Because they said he worth 300-something million.
300?
Man, they said that nigga worth 300 fucking million.
I don't know. We might not research that.
I looked at a wrong thing or something, man.
Is that what you see? Are you seeing? That's what it said.
That was the 300 million man. I was like, damn. Because I mean,
well, listen,
I would have been cool with a 5 million or something. Like, okay, he getting to the bread, just like they say.
This boggles me because most of Andrew Tate's clout. I mean, the MMA world knows who he is vaguely. But I didn't hear nothing about this cat, and I'm really not, I mean, I respect the fact of how he keeps it straight up and down, and he is who he is, he got a little black in him, what I'm saying? He's like Vin Diesel and them. They kind of be cloak about their, they black side, but when we black folks look at them like, oh yeah, you got some black in you. You get what I'm saying? You black. Or like how Vin and Mariah is. They don't say they light skinned. They don't say they got black in them, but you just know. You get what I'm saying? You just know. So I'm interested to know how he got to the 300 million too, because I didn't hear much about him until after Kevin Samuels passed. Is when I seen his stock, at least in the YouTube streets, start to rise. I didn't hear much.
He was like kicked off. They kicked him off the platform.
Well, yeah, no, I know, but he was, I don't know if it was before Kevin Samuel they kicked him off, but I hadn't heard nothing about the cat. His stats began to rise, on after Kevin, like a few months after Kevin, because he was a little bit more. His speech was similar, but it was just more like, I really don't give a fuck. This is who I am. But I see he got mansions in Romania, whatever. But if you're $300 million, if you're worth $300 million, I don't understand how this happens. If this was the allegation on McGee, if these are the allegations against him and these are pending allegations, I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily about shutting him out, because we have Kanye, who was worth $1 billion, and then I know he's worth more than 300 million, and he was been saying a lot of shit too, and they ain't came and took him to jail yet. You get what I'm saying? And Kanye been on some radical shit. You feel me? Mm-hmm. So they ain't came and arrested him, and he's self-made within himself too. So this is very puzzling. It could be part of a feminist thing. Could be, I mean, over the pizza recycling, okay, you know, it's weird. It's just weird how it's all coming about. What he said, this is strike one. This is strike two. That they, you know, he called it. You know, he said, strike one, they try to cancel your you know, quiet your voice. Strike two, they arrest you and put you in jail. Strike three, they kill you. So he called it. But if he's a pedo, you know, and this is what's his listen, isn't too far-fetched when it comes to industry folks. We know in the black community, if you're a very well woke conscious person and you really know your research, you know what human trafficking is about. You know about organ harvesting. You know that they want black folks' organs because they know our organs is the most powerful out of all cultures because of the melanin that's invested into the organs. If you know, you know. If you know that why a lot of white folks go and adopt African kids, you have to ask yourself the question, why is that? It's because our organs are very, very powerful. And that's why they snatching our black women. That's why you don't go organ donate if you die, if you're a black person. You don't do that. You get what I'm saying? So we know there's tons of black women and children that's missing, mainly in the South, and Mexican women and Native American women and children. So when you have millionaires, okay, millionaires can hide shit. They could pay shit. They could hide their money. They could, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's the son of Kevin Samuels. Yeah, I really, yeah, because I hadn't heard shit about him ever up until maybe a year, almost 7-8 months, you know? So, and then again, and then to Soul's point, why are you way in Romania?
Nah, they kicked. I think they kicked him up off of the shit though.
Off what
platform? They kicked him off of YouTube and shit.
Yeah, but that just happened about maybe a few months ago. That's fairly still recent. What happened with him? You know what I'm saying?
When did KS just passed? What, about 6 months ago?
A little bit, probably. It was earlier in the year.
What, May or some shit?
Earlier in the year.
8 months or something.
Yeah, about that. I think it was about spring. And then, you know, there was folks looking to see who's going to replace them, who's going to have the same ideology. And then Andrew Tate starts catching vibes the same way Kevin did. You know, people was like, who the fuck is this? And they was calling him a Kevin Samuels product. But then they started listening to him like, damn, you know, he's making some solid points. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, he's a little bit more radical. And if Romania, like he said, look, man, this is okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's been about it's ain't been about 6 months. It ain't been 9 months. It's been about 6 months since he's been off YouTube. It ain't been that long. It ain't been 9 months though. Because about 9 months ago is when Kevin Samuel died. So
you think his bread is his bread. We clearly know he got more.
He probably earned money from, you know, he seems like
the YouTube stardom. So you're saying his YouTube influence or whatever we want to call it, stardom or whatever, came after the pass of Kevin Samuel.
Oh, it boosted. Okay. It boosted like by 10 times. Boosted 10 times.
Yeah, now Kevin was big though.
Kevin wasn't nobody big. Tuning into nothing else similar.
Yeah, KS was huge.
It was just him.
Million.
You would be a fool to think that this dude wasn't tuned into Kevin Samuels. You've been the fool. You get what I'm saying? So he was it. Wasn't nobody. There was no Kevin Samuels and so. It was just him. Now it's Andrew Tate and Coach this, Andrew Tate, Sneeko, all these other cats that got something to say about relationships and women now. But then it was just Kevin. You know, and Derek Jackson. You get what I'm saying?
But the Fresh and Fit boys was growing too.
Fresh and Fit was growing, but they were right with Kevin. But that was a group. You get what I'm saying? And they had a forum. They were the trendsetters as far as, because a lot of people's copying their style now with having a live audience in their shit. You get what I'm saying?
Hey man,
you see how Anton, he took from Pearl took from them. You get what I'm saying? When they have people in there as a live form, you get what I'm saying? But Fresh and Fit only fits mostly a age demographic. They don't have women in our age. You get what I'm saying? Anton might pull somebody out of his shit from some women that may be 35 to 45. You get what I'm saying? So they that's more for the younger generation. That's why I don't really tune into Fresh and Fit like that, because a lot of them chicks are young buzz downs. They young. They can't. We done been there. They young. You know, they young and having fun. They up there late night talking, topping it up.
Bad platform. Yeah, I dig it.
You get what I'm saying? You know, right? I never heard. Listen, I bet you 80% of folks, unless you was in the MMA, because if you were MMA, you would know a little bit about Andrew Tate. Other than that, I don't. His stock grew not immediately after Kevin passed, but about maybe 3 or 4.
It's hard for me because I came to these spaces during the pandemic, and Kevin brought me to these spaces. Like I saw Kevin before, like La Peef and all those guys, and Angry Mans, and I saw Kevin first.
Yeah,
that's when I first came into these spaces.
Yeah, it was about the same time.
You kind of hear it, and this shit's like, damn, this is shit I learned in 6th grade.
Well, yeah, I was already in the YouTube streets, but wasn't nobody doing what he was doing as far as what he was talking about. It wasn't that many people tuning in unless it was about gaming, and shit like that. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, I did see La Peef. I can't remember if it was La Peef first or Kevin. It was about the same time. And then when I started getting into both is when I seen that they both were actually allies. And I was like, oh, okay, well, then I'm in the right track. Okay, you know what I mean? Because they both, calling in, and he's on their shows. They was on their shows, and I seen that they was on Lead Attorney when folks hated on their the Peef shit, and they got booted for a minute. You know what I'm saying? And they was on Lead Attorney, found out Lead Attorney, they all cool. Okay, so I started watching Lead Attorney because he's an attorney. He's from Atlanta. He's a brother. He knows his stuff. He's speaking about legal shit that goes on in the industry.
Yeah, he got a decent channel. He does.
Right, child support. Kevin Samuel, and then Kevin. Kevin was starting to be like, okay, I gotta try something different other than just sitting in his house. So he started branching out, started having these one-on-one interviews with Lead Attorney, with Brittany Renner, with an Asian chick. He used to have an Asian chick up in there.
Then he got that condo down in Miami.
then he was like, I got new moves coming, and then you start seeing music videos, and then
leveling up.
He was leveling up because he realized I know this ain't gonna keep going for long, and I can't keep talking about the same thing. But as long as these women keep calling in, I'm gonna keep feeding them. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So the same, I'm Kevin Samuel's a legend as far as in these YouTube streets, and as far as how he was about straight on his 10 toes down about being a better man and being a better woman to your man and being a better man to your woman. It just happens to know that the criticism he had of women got more popular than what he was saying about men. But he did it early on. He did it the right way. He showed you how to get the right kind of suits, which I took from shoes, colognes, belt. So he was a very informative brother. I don't think he was gay at all. Not in the least bit. I don't think he was gay at all. Because you can't be gay talking like that. You can't. There's just no way you could be like that and be gay. Or else he was putting on I just don't believe it. So he's a legend. Andrew Tate, was a little bit more radical with it. You know what I mean? And which is weird because you would think that Kevin, was the utmost, but Andrew Tate was just a little bit more radical with it. And I think a lot of what's going on with Andrew is a lot of the feminine movement is just don't like him. They just don't fuck with him because he comes off as a prude. He comes off as a asshole way more than Kevin did. Way more than Kevin did. Kevin's the Mac. Kevin's the Mac.
So what did Andrew Tate do to get kicked off of the platform? Like what kind of shit? Because I didn't really hear too much of him until like I heard when I first heard about him. That's when he got kicked off. I heard people, like when they give their little shout outs to people in these spaces, and they'll always say his name here and there. But I really like they'll be like Greg Adams. I reacted to one of Greg Adams, but I haven't watched even 3 Greg Adams videos.
I haven't either.
He's one of the guys. He's one of the dudes. You feel me?
That's what they saying.
Yeah,
that's what they saying. But I ain't got enough enthusiasm to sit there and watch him.
Even the Obsidian guy, like I hear his name. They speak highly of him.
I've watched because Obsidian comes on early like you do. So I've caught Obsidian. I've seen Obsidian videos long before Kevin Samuel videos, but I will only see like 2-3 minutes. But I've always seen his shit come up on my feed. I've subscribed to him years ago just because I might have seen a caption that I agree with, and he's speaking on brother. It's speaking on our culture and within our community. So if it interests me, all you got to give me is 3 good videos for me, and I'll probably subscribe. You know what I mean? Especially if you shown to be consistent about what you've been doing. So Mumia Obsidian Ali is cool. Like kind of like how you feel about Platinum Elite and a couple others. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what you said, Platinum Elite. But
yeah, I fuck with Platinum.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
It's kind of like that's the little hangout spot,
right? But Obsidian comes on early. He handles this shit very early. So that's why it's easy for me. It's just to tap in to see what he's saying about what was going on. But I just don't be, I'm not subscribing to begging motherfuckers to pay, to pay for your Cash App and Venmo and all this another shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and Kev was pushing that. Yeah, he was, but it was harsh realities, but it was real. You get what I'm saying?
You needed it. Kevin Samuels was needed.
He was needed in our community, and all that info will be referenced. And it's good to go back and react to that. But see, a lot of people, women ain't gonna go back because they don't. Thank God, they ain't got. Can't nobody check me. That what I already know. But I got a lot of female friends. One of them is my best friends that I put her on to Kevin Samuel, and she agrees with the danger zones and all these other things. And we need women to be for our black men more than they've been being without us, feeling like they don't need us. That's been the problem. You know what I'm saying? So we needed people like Kevin Samuel to humble some of these women to be like, look, you're not what you think you are.
So now we got Andrew Tate, right? So Andrew Tate
ain't gonna do all that. He's not bringing no woman on the platform. It ain't gonna last. It sure ain't gonna last as long as Kevin Samuels did. He ain't got the patience. He ain't got the patience. He gonna say what he gonna say, and he mostly got male-dominated cats. Kevin Samuel ended up getting a mix of women that agree with him, and as time go on, women started to get where he was coming from. Andrew Tate is just, listen, this is what it is, bitch. I don't give a fuck how you feel about it. You fuck with me or not. I got millions. I got this car, you know what I mean? But I'm going to speak some real shit too. That's similar, and he's a smart man. He's not a dumb dude. He's not dumb.
I like what he be saying.
Yeah, he's not dumb.
I mean, a lot of times people would say things that are a little over exaggerated. And me, I won't fuck up the whole conversation worried about that little thing. I just kind of graze right past it. You know what I'm saying?
Most dudes ain't bothered by Andrew Tate. You get what I'm saying? It's the women that don't like him. They hate him arguably worse than fucking Kevin than they did Kevin. Kevin was just more popular.
Let's hear him real quick.
And especially women, how competitive the male world is and how competitive it is for status. This is why men do everything they do. Men buy the faster car, not to drive any faster because of status. It's why we want a bigger house. We don't give a shit where we live. It's because of status. It's why I want to go to the gym and get big and strong because of status. Everything we do is about status. It's why I want the better jobs. It's why I want more money. It's why I want to be respected. So what's the number one thing we want our female to give us? Status. That's what we want. So she can give us status by being beautiful. That's one thing she can do. But another thing she could do is if I turn up home and I come home with my boys and she says, I'll cook you all a steak. That's status. That's all my boys going, Ross, you just been out all night and she's here and she's going to cook for all of us and she'll clean up and tidy up. Boom. That's the kind of girl a man's not going to want to lose.
You see?
Shit like that.
He comes in and you see Brittany sitting on the couch like a puppy, with those doughy eyes.
It's like, yes.
Yeah, she's got those doughy eyes because she's like,
he's dominating.
This is a guy. This is a guy right here.
Yeah.
Right. And she'll let him cheat. You know what I'm saying? She just want to get them claws up onto you. Okay. So you guys got to watch out, man. These women, they very strategic. They know what they're doing. They know that the wall is caving in. They about to hit the wall. They know that. Brittany got a few more years. I give her 5 more years. And you'll see a significant decline in the man that she's able to bag. I will.
Unless the only way Brittany is going to be in decline is if her status is decline. As long as she makes herself visible.
Nah, she's taking dicks, bro. Who do you know the guy that's worth millions of dollars? That's just gonna take her.
Look at her body. Look at her body, Hood. We just had this conversation. But her body is still the standard of a rich man.
But who's a simp that's gonna want that though? That's
there's plenty of them. Rich or poor. There's mostly rich because that's who she surrounds herself around. The dude that he was a young simp. All them cats that fucked on her was a simp. You get what I'm saying? So, she's not thick. She was thicker in the picture behind you than she is right here.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying?
And that's my point. Like, she's gonna hit the wall. She's
way better looking right there. Bro. She's way better looking right there than she was in that interview. Like, you could tell she went through hit a wall already. You get what I'm saying? Exactly. They gonna keep her right in the cut like they did. So it was a lot of simp niggas that was cashing out for Superhead, knowing that she's been a bust down. They knew what Superhead was.
Makes him look good. That's what men want. Status. Suck a dick, blah, blah, blah. Listen, dick can only be sucked in so many ways. I mean, let's be serious about this.
Have you had the Gok 3000?
No, this is actually a serious point, right? This is a very
right. Let's get into it.
Collapsed in real time, and it's a failed society. And one of the reasons it's a failed society is because of the over-sexualization, especially of females as a whole. If a woman comes up to me and goes, "I'm the best sex you ever had," I am fucking revolted. I don't want the best sex I've ever had. I want you to be pure and a virgin. You should know what sex is. Cook my fucking dinner. Shut up. Don't come and talk to me about fucking sucking dick. It's vile. It's disgusting. I don't want to hear that shit.
Can I say something?
Brittany really
like that.
She's like, huh? She can't figure this one out. Like, man, he don't give a fuck about that. She's like, oh, I can't figure this guy out. What's up with this guy?
Don't come at me talking about you like suck dick. He already knows what Brittany Renner is when she walk in the door. You get what I'm saying? But see, with women, and this is why I had to explain to my best friend, who's my homegirl for over 20 years, very attractive, a model woman that I would be with, you know what I'm saying? Very marriage material. But she's also in the section I had to tell her, like I said, cruise season said a long time ago, that's been sticking to my head. These bitches, and I said this to you before, these bitches, y'all complain about y'all say y'all want a Russell Wilson, but you're steady out here fucking with the niggas ain't about shit like Futures. Brittany Renner is one of them. there's a lot of women that will friend zone the Russell Wilson. No, he's a married material man, got money, status, but you still want the nigga like the Pookie and Ray Rays. I'm Ray Ray that has the 4 different baby mamas, you know, or the niggas that's rich that you know got about 4 other bitches. You don't mind playing the side. You don't mind playing the second, third, or fourth. You just want some time. You just want the status, like fucking, like he said, you just want the status to know that I had it. You get what I'm saying? Brittany's that. But like you said, she's young, but
She's
now all
burnt
these
out.
interviews
She's
that
burnt
had,
out, bro.
and she's burnt out. But she
burnt
didn't
out,
have these
bro.
interviews with Kevin
That's
Samuels.
what I'm saying. This beauty and all this shit, man. That she ain't
But
that
that's
beautiful.
But she's the model. She's light. She ain't dark skinned. She ain't thick, which in some circles
That
thick.
shit only matters to some niggas, man.
But rich though, rich niggas though, rich niggas ain't walking around with dark skinned women more than they are with light skinned. Let's be honest. They're not walking around with dark skinned women as their trophy wife. They're walking
But
around with
there's more light skinned women in America.
Yes. Well, I don't
And
know. There's
all-
more
there's-
light skinned women that's getting visuals than dark
There's
skinned women.
no, there's not that many dark skinned women in America. There's
I don't
not.
know. I don't know.
America's only fucking 12%, 13% black.
Yeah,
So if you take half of that, that's 6-7%.
I mean, I guess if we doing percentage wise,
Right.
bro,
So
I mean,
6% of the population, and then you got to average it out to who's over the age or below the age of what you'll be in the market for.
Bro, there's fine dark skinned chocolate women everywhere, bro. So it's more about preference. We know that.
Nah, man, you just can't say that when there's way more lighter women.
I don't know about that.
That's a
I
fact.
don't know about
That's
that.
a fact. You got every Asian woman,
know.
every white woman, all through America.
Listen, bro, I've only had but maybe a few light skins in my lifetime.
It don't matter.
That's just recently.
It's
That's just recently.
But how can you there's so many pockets where there's no dark skinned women. That's
I don't know.
In America.
I don't know. There's plenty of dark women around if you want to find them, bro. There's plenty of dark skin. My point is that they ain't out here being scoped around like trophy wives.
Okay, but 45% of the women in America are lighter skinned.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know.
How? What other races are dark in America?
What do you mean what other races are dark? Dark ain't even a race.
I'm just saying, what other races got dark skin though?
What do you mean? Other
in
races?
America.
Huh? Mexicans got dark skinned women. Dominicans folks is dark skinned. Cuban folks is dark skinned.
And they make up the population in America.
And that immigration, I mean, they're a part of it. They're a big part of it. Now, to your point, there's a lot of more. There's a lot
90% of Mexicans are lighter than me that you've seen in America.
I don't know, but history would show otherwise, though. History tells us otherwise.
It don't tell you that the majority.
There's a lot of.
It doesn't tell you that the majority. It doesn't tell you that.
Majority of Native Americans are dark skinned, but society would have you think that they were more brown. But they were dark as hell. When we look at old school Native American pictures, they black. They don't look like the Redskins, not even Redskins. They look black.
We're talking about the United States. See, you moved the goalposts.
Well, I mean, Native Americans is United States. So I mean, let's be even
the majority of them are 50% or lighter.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
If you look at the scale, pale white is one, and all the way to 100 is the
let's be honest. All these cultures all integrated with black folks. whether it been Asian,
right?
Native,
So my point,
in recent times.
my point being that in America, because when you made that statement, you said the majority of guys, rich guys, aren't dating dark-skinned women.
They're not.
And my point was there's not a large percentage of them.
Man, bro,
for them to even get chosen.
I can't agree with that. There's not when you go.
Well, all right. So what's the percentage out of all women in America? What's the percentage of them that are dark skinned?
I would say it's higher than that, but from my experience of living in the South, hold on, X, is my percentage living in the South. You could say that now off numbers, but then you go move down towards the Southeast, you'll be like, well, damn, it looks a little bit higher than I thought.
No, we still 13%.
My point is
of America.
My point is this: if you wanted to find a dark skinned woman, she ain't hard to find. Period.
That wasn't the so my point is, so you're just gonna skip over all these other women just to find them?
Well, the visuals, everybody knows that if the lighter is the brighter, the lighter is the more better looking complex. So when we see a Brittany Renner, she fits the narrative of what the rich dudes like to fuck with. She's slimmer, she don't look like thick, which I like thick. I like dense. I like stretch marks. I like you gotta have some skin, some meat on you. Brittany fits the narrative again, like the Knicks picture of the Knicks pictures. Skinny, light, bright, mixed. You get what I'm saying? There ain't too many. You go to most NBA players, you count how many dark-skinned women, and you gonna tell me that them guys can't go to Florida, to Atlanta, to Mississippi, to Alabama to find a dark-skinned woman? Nah. They finding these Hollywood-looking chicks that look like Brittany Renner.
Why should you have to go down there? That's my point. Like, why would they have to go down there?
Because that's where they mostly are. You know, Chicago, Cleveland.
It shouldn't be where they mostly
Detroit.
are, though. That's what I'm saying. If it's not.
Well, they're not really up here because we know up here it's mostly interracial. They look more like Brittany Renner.
It's not even 4. It's barely probably 4% up here. 4%.
I don't listen. I've been raised around. I've seen a lot of dark skin women, and they don't equate to just 4%.
It's 4% blacks in Washington State, bro.
Yeah, we know this is white country, and if after white it becomes interracial, and then it becomes Asian, and then it becomes black, and then everything else.
There's a lot of rich dudes that live in Washington.
And I bet you Bill Gates is fucking choosing Brittany Renner than over Naomi Campbell, even if he had his choice. Is my point.
Okay, so you're gonna make that point right there.
That's what I'm saying. Naomi Campbell's dark like me.
Well, I think it's normalized when you make up the most of the population. I think it's normalized.
You get what I'm saying?
With my argument,
right? I mean, I get that, but we're coming into this age to where we know the demographic.
He said neither is there a large percentage of rich men. Yeah, hey, you right.
You get what I'm saying?
Soul power. Get up in there, soul power. Yo, you muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Is my audio good?
Yeah, you good.
Okay, I just wanted to add to this percentage of black people with proximity. And also add to the fact speaking to colorism. You know what I'm saying? The dark skin, light skin perspective. How many? What would you say is the percentage of rich to wealthy black men? Dr. Hood.
Percentage of probably like 5%, maybe.
Okay.
Probably less than that.
5%. I would, let's say 5%. I would tend to say that that at least 60% of the black population is of darker complexion. So I'm just saying.
You think that?
Yeah. Absolutely. I drive for a living, Dr. Hood. I done drove 39 states. I see the pockets of black communities. we're a majority of darker complected people. These wealthy men.
No. See, but check this out. See, before we get carried away, right?
No. I was just adding
Listen, my point was valid, even if our whole 12% of our small population was all dark.
Well, we more than 12%. That's a misnomer right there, because we also got to look at the fact that there are other groups of people who are technically black who are allowed to come here and be reclassified.
That's what I was saying.
Reclassification is a real thing. So, but even with that stance, this let's just say, because we understand that in reality, black people marry black people.
But you're making the argument that rich guys, so you're listening to him basically and saying that rich guys don't like light-skinned women.
No. I'm taking a stance.
My argument was they do like dark-skinned women. There's just not enough of them to make that bold statement.
But that's a misnomer, though. The percentages would totally disagree with that. There's only about 3% of black men who are wealthy. There's a whole 90, let's say 60% of black women who are of darker complexion. What is the issue is the fact that
but
there
that's
is
not going to erase the 50-60% of white people that's roaming around.
No, Dr. Hood. That's not the. Hold on. I'm not disagreeing with that. The point is the fact that what generally happens is when people, black people, specifically black men, who have the limelight, they generally have a disposition to go after the status of what beauty that's placed.
We said rich men. We said rich men. Nobody said rich black men.
No, you did, because we were speaking on the NBA first, and you talked about how all the brothers had white women,
right?
And it was
but that was something totally different.
Well, because
Ray didn't have nothing to do with that conversation.
No, he was in there.
Nah, that was Chef.
Okay.
Ray, that was Chef.
Okay. I mean, but it really is staying the course, though.
But see, Ray's argument, and that's why I made my argument. What he's saying to me, I'm taking it in, that the rich guys, and I said rich guys, period. That means white guys, whoever guys. They're dating lighter women because there's more of a selection in America. If you look at, all right, so we say the black community did, so what percentage are we then? If we're not 12.5%, let's round it up. Like, where are we? 14?
No, I would probably say closer to about 18 to 20%.
About 18 to 20% of the population.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have to slice that down. And even if I give you a 10% of that is women, right? You know, so they still got 40% of other women in America that are light skinned or more.
Right.
And that's why the numbers will be like that. They'll be like, okay, rich guys, look at Bill Gates' wife, look at this guy. You can look at all these guys' wife and they light skinned women, right?
For sure. Well, we know that's rooted in racism, though, because classism and racism, they coincide, right?
But it's more of them than us. It's more of them than us. That's why I be saying like the elections and shit don't.
It's not more white Anglo-Saxons. No, what they've done is grouped in other people who've been able to reclassify. Asians, specific Asian groups are able to classify as white.
They light skin,
right?
Like I said, so throw them in there too. Which other ones you want to throw in there? Because they all light skin, right?
Well, Indians are allowed to classify as white, but that's not true because Indians.
But still, the most of them that you see are light skinned, correct?
No, No, that's not true.
I just told
That's
you
not true.
That's not true, Hood.
Bullshit.
No, what you mean?
Indians at bare minimal are copper colored people, and
Yeah,
Indians look like straight Kushites all the way. Now they do have a fair complected people, but
okay. Well, the ones that's up here that's getting these checks from these casinos and shit, they're not.
no. I'm talking about. When I'm saying Indians, I mean Indian from India.
It's not that many of them here to even say
that.
Like,
no, that's not true, Dr. Hood. Look at their demographics. Look at the Indian population, then look at the classification of them that are actually able to.
Still, if you get the grid, if we can see, I'm gonna have the grid up here. If we get the grid, you know, and you scale it, most of them that you see are gonna be on the smaller side of the halfway mark. That's my point. Now, yeah, you might get some dark ones, but it's not going to be the majority of those dark ones that you see.
Bro, the status quo, you don't see too many NBA players with no dark skin.
And the bottom line is there's more light-skinned women out there.
I don't think so.
I would tend to disagree with that. In science, would they even speak into it to the fact that that's why you see the white Anglos in this push, or they speaking about their death rates and things like that, and how the reason why they're reclassifying other groups because of the buffer class and the need to reclassify people to keep their agenda.
Yeah.
I still
think there's more light-skinned women in the world. I mean, not in the world, but in America. Mm-hmm. Not the world, of course not. Africa got more people than any continent. You know what I'm saying? Damn near put
visibly,
together.
I guess.
You know what I'm saying?
Visibly, it would look that way. It would seem that way visibly.
What?
That there's more light-skinned women or folks in America than dark-skinned. Visibly, it would seem that way, but it ain't the case.
Well, even the fact that America is above the equator, that lets you know that the lighter people really don't thrive here. So yes, there's light people here, but if in general, it's going to be more people by proxy here in America are going to be at minimal going to be like a copper or the paper bag, a little darker than the brown paper bag test. But because generally speaking, America is a more hotter climate.
Yeah, but I still don't see it. I don't see it.
See,
yeah, of course, but that's the visually put out there for you to see.
You said what?
You don't see it.
Your program, man, the propaganda got you.
Right. Of course, visually they want you to see that's more light skin than dark skin. They don't even want us to be dark as me out here. It's a crime.
But they got shade. They got shades darker than you, though. That's what I'm saying.
And we all should be that shade.
So if you say the 50, if you go 50-50, I'm like a 50-50.
You light about Brittany. You about light as Brittany, Hood.
Fuck no, you crazy motherfucker. You crazy.
What? You about light as Brittany? Ain't nothing wrong.
Hell no. Nah, I ain't nowhere near light as her, bro. Nah. Nah. Hell no. Nah.
Okay, maybe it's the lighting. Nah. Maybe it's the lighting. Okay, maybe.
Yeah, I ain't that light. Nah, hell.
Okay.
Because I get a little light in the wintertime, but
because when we see Andrew and when we see Brittany, you automatically know with that light skin.
And there's a lot of black. Listen, there's a lot of black people, Brittany Renner and Andrew Tate's color, which would still put them in the light class. And I didn't want to make that argument since we can make all these dark, all these dark, and so they're light ones too that are bred the same way. Put them over there in my argument pile, right? Because there's a shitload of them that are Brittany Renner, Andrew Tate color.
We all got
and even Will Smith will go over in the lighter category too. Jada Pinkett.
No, Brittany. Will ain't that mean light as Brittany though.
Okay, let me ask.
Will would go in the light skin category.
No,
period.
he wouldn't. No.
Yes, he would. Yes,
No,
he would.
wouldn't. No.
Yes, he would.
No, he wouldn't.
Will Smith definitely
Yes,
in
he
the
would.
category. That's no question.
He's not light skinned. He's definitely not a red bone.
No, Will Smith is. He a light skin.
Yeah.
Nah.
Me and Will Smith. I'm like
Vin
Will
Diesel,
Smith.
Vin
complexion.
Diesel and Mariah Carey are considered that.
No, Mariah Carey is a mulatto. That's what she is.
We don't call it.
She's still light, and
No,
she
but
got black in her. She was
is
born in the light.
more on the pale side of the game. But it's it's still very different levels of
Right.
She goes over there.
When you're
over there.
able to look at Brittany Renner and Tate and Mariah, you automatically can tell that they have a white dad or white mom. There's certain light-skinned folks who's not that light-skinned and be like, no, they got a black mom and black dad. I could tell. But when you a certain lighter skin, like Brittany and Tate, you could tell, oh, you got a white dad. Oh, you got a white mom. I can't tell that you with hood, even though I could say to you hood, you kind of look like as Brittany. But I can't say to you for sure that you got a white mom or white dad. But there's certain light brights. Huh?
You said you couldn't tell?
No, because I don't, even though I said you look like that, like about Lies Brittany, I still couldn't be like, no,
I ain't nowhere near. I'm way more shades.
Okay, right. We got that.
Let me put her back up here, man.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I'm not nowhere near her.
But when you look at Tate,
no.
when you look at Tate and you look
darker
at Brittany,
than her.
you could tell that they got a white mom or white dad. They that light. They're that light.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't disagree, and that's a lot of those people that we're talking about with Dave.
But there's some who's a little bit
they make up of our population
as of late,
and they're still gonna go over in the light skin category. And it goes to the argument of more rich guys date lighter women because, my opinion, there's more lighter women. Man.
Nah.
There's more.
It's purely about light skin is the right skin.
Light skin is the right skin. We all know that.
The inception of this country is all about racism. So the closer you are to being white, the more privileges you will receive. That's
society here.
Okay, so
created around Eurocentric ideology. Yes. The more broad your nose is, the more kinkier your hair is, the darker
Look at their nose. Look at their nose.
Unattractive. So you look at a chick like Brittany Renner, who carries more of a selected, Eurocentric phenotype. That's more appealing to quote unquote men of stature because they have fell into the ideology of white Eurocentric beauty. Simple as that. It's all about status. It's rare to see nowadays a LeBron James.
So you're saying that there's not no dark skinned women with the same features as Brittany.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that because I'm not saying that
not being chosen like a Brittany.
No, what I'm
many, man. It's not that many.
No, that's I totally disagree with.
There's probably just as many Brittany Renner type of black girls as dark skinned black girls in America.
Nah.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. But here's the problem.
You feel me though? Do you feel me? That's
I totally agree with that.
They're not choosing them though for a reason. Is his point. They're not choosing them for a reason.
Because of the dark complexion.
Because of the dark complexion.
Dark complexion, for sure. There is still a stigma in the community with men of stature to date lighter complected women. And you hear it mainly because a lot of our really successful prominent people who have the limelight are athletes, right? And you hear from their mamas. That's what you doing coming in here with that dark nigga girl.
Mm-hmm.
The mama see it.
Well, Brittany Renner got access to these men. You feel me?
Because of what?
She making herself. I think her plan was genius. She duped some young dudes over the head, some young simps, right?
But how did she get to them young simps?
How? Yeah, but how?
The looks.
You said he was going. No, she was popping up at them games.
Because of her what?
She got
The average chicks ain't doing that. They're not going to the NBA game.
Bullshit.
No, the average chicks don't have the looks to where that they was even able to get a nigga to take them to the game. Cause she went to them games because a sick nigga took her and she left with them NBA players.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but right now she'll pay. She knows the game. She knows.
Well, she's in the game now. That's why.
Exactly. She knows
Been
how to
around that
play
circle
this
to
shit
know.
now.
It's like you look at, if I got a chick who ain't never experienced none of the pimping, right? But she's gorgeous. She on one of the $10,000 stomp down broad level as far as look go. Versus if it's a chick, let's say back in the day, who was up under the tutelage of Gorgeous Drake, who got more access? The chick who was around Gorgeous Drake, because she was around the game. Simple as that. She was exposed.
Hood, it goes to what he was saying when he was about to make his point about LeBron. You don't see nobody trying to interview his wife, and she dark skinned, pretty.
LeBron's not having that.
Why not? What you mean? How we know?
She's a different type of woman.
What kind of woman? She's a different type of woman. What kind of woman?
Oh, that's why it ain't no interviews of his daughter.
She's conservative. To me, she's the model of what it's all about.
She's dark skinned though.
Good. That's good.
That's what I'm saying. But
I think that's great. I think LeBron did a great thing for the black community.
Oh yeah, he did. That's without question.
He's showing these dudes that you got to have a black sister to push out those good
black
athletes
family,
like
all that.
You know what I'm saying?
He's
Like you can go get Brittany Renner. I bet you Brittany Renner's son ain't gonna be dunking nothing.
Look at Charles Barkley kids.
What are they doing?
NBA kids.
They ain't doing a damn thing.
Exactly. Look at KD's mom. Those are the type of women that you guys don't want to fuck with, right?
Yeah, because KD's mom is big like Lizzo and dark skin.
But they putting out the best seeds, though. See, you can't see this game of life.
I really agree. I mean,
you can't get caught up in the.
Let's be real. We got to do it how. And Dr. Hood, you got to do it how. Animal breeders do it. You select it when.
Hey, listen, I ain't talking about no animal, nothing.
Okay, my fault. No disrespect. Okay, but you got to do it like the Spartans did it. The Spartans, bro, they was choosing from the best stock, right? And by the time you was 7 years old, they was sending your ass to straight military camp. You got to choose from the best genes if you want the best. Yeah. But if that go to creating the best, that's really on some eugenics type shit. Yeah. But these men, for them, it's all about looks. Ain't nobody choosing based on the fact that this person got my back. They choosing because it's a broad, she look good, and she look good on my arm, and because she been tossed around the game, you know what I'm saying? She is doing what the goofy bro was talking, that got 3,000, and the niggas is tender dick, and that's what it is.
That's right.
Yeah, they're not thinking about that.
Right. It ain't no type of realness behind it. Ain't
no genetic traits or nothing.
No solidarity.
Right.
You can't tell them that what she can do genetically or nothing. And these dudes, they want these BBLs. This bitch probably can't even run around the block. You feel me?
These niggas, bro, if they a superstar athlete will be in the car with a chick, they sitting there sipping, they about to get pulled over. He could just be like, look, take the driver wheel. I'm gonna hop in the passenger seat. Take this one for me. I'm not taking the DUI for you. Goofy, you gonna mess up the bag.
Man,
I would tell you before y'all be sipping, nigga, what you doing finna get that wheel? No, I'm driving. I'm not messing up the bag.
Right. Well, I always wanted one. I always thought about this. Like, if I'm a procreate with a woman, you know, she got to be able to run 5 miles, you know, straight up. Yes, that shit's funny as fuck. But I want strong kids, though. You know what I'm saying? And I take that very seriously. You know, you had to do some type of course, you got to be smart and get the grades or whatever grades mean, right? You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to at least go through that test, and then athletic it was a must. You know, you couldn't just have a big booty just sitting on the couch and just, you know, I didn't want to create that because I knew that's what my kids would be. You feel me? So that's huge, and people don't look at that. You know, they want the BBL. She can't even play 2 games of hoop. You know, that's bad genetics. Let me see, Brittany.
That shit. What I want is a woman who makes me look good. No woman who's running around talking about sucking dick can make me look good. So I lose interest completely and utterly, and that's the truth. So what she's saying is completely correct. These are old school things, but it's not about the act. Yes, you can order food, of course. It's about the status that comes with it. That's what it's about.
Sagittarius, spoken like a true one. That is true.
My man's a Sagittarius.
Listen, well,
my man's a Sagittarius.
So basically, it's a straight shooting sort of conversation. But I think that sometimes we get distracted and we talk about the bicker between men and women. I think that the problem that men and women have is the consequences of the bad decisions that the 1% of powerful men make on our behalf, because our problems are on a societal level, less than between woman and man. That is why there's a lot of competition between men, this chase for status that they will never get.
Why is that the fault of the 1% of men?
Because they're the ones that drive the machine that runs this. The West
It's always been that way.
Yeah, but then think about the men that are at the top now, the corruption and everything that's going on. And this is why it feels very good to sit next to somebody like you and just say, do you know what? I appreciate that you say things that are really true. You expose a very toxic truth and a very true truth as well that is out there. But the reality is, on the trenches, when you go to the grassroots, people don't feel the way that you feel. It's not as simple as what you say. They are victims of this system. So my job here is really not to try and make it about men and women, is to make you understand that actually we need to start changing the narrative.
You don't want to make it about men and women because
they're both messed up on either side.
Because then women look bad.
No, because it's about everybody together. Women have their traumas, men have their traumas. I'm not here to fight against men and women. That's small.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But the idea that this 1% of men have created this terrible society. Yeah, I talk about that. I talk about the Matrix. I talk about these things. But it's always been this way. It's always been a small elite group of men who are in charge of the world. And unfortunately now, we're fighting battles in different ways. The days of old, a man proved his worth by going to war. Basically, every man at any point in his life was going to end up going to war, and he came back victorious. He came back with honor. He got himself a wife. That's how it worked, right? Now men don't have to go to war as much, depending on where you live in the world, and it's slightly different. And we fight our wars in other ways. And one of the true expressions of testosterone and trying to really express your ability and your combative ability now in the modern world is power and influence. So in the olden days, you go to war, you come back with a ribbon. Nowadays, you got X amount of followers, you can move the world with money. I can bend reality with money. Please understand, if I walk into Jimmy Choo, they lock the door. No brokies allowed in.
He ain't lying.
The fuck I want. There's lines outside because I'm there.
He ain't lying.
With money. That's how the wars are now won. So you're talking about high status males, and it's always been that way. Now
Tate a cold dude though.
Aren't dead. Okay, they didn't die in a ditch, but they're
he's real cold and technical and to the point.
And women don't give a fuck about them.
I don't know, man. Kevin Samuels, man.
Nah, he ain't fucking with Kevin because Kevin could face the women head on. Andrew ain't got that kind of patience.
Bullshit.
He ain't gonna do that.
Oh, just like Kevin. See, Kevin
that's what Kevin went out here. Kevin
wanted to exploit you, though. Kevin.
No, he has the willpower to exploit you based off your own words. You get what I'm saying? So he's not going on there with no woman. He gonna say what he gonna say, and that's it. Period.
Kevin, man. Kevin was a character, man. Hey, I respect,
but very meticulous and articulate with his platform and delivery. Just like Tate is following. They all follow the motherfucking formula of Kevin Samuel in some way, shape, or form. Tate got his motivation to be this way and speak this openly from Kevin. Guaranteed.
Yeah, well, he polished the fuck up. If he got that quick from Kevin, he's polished.
Without a doubt, even the fact that he uses the statistics. Nobody was using statistics breaking down relationships until Kev.
Hey, I'm taking that. I'm taking that. I need that. And he's only 36. Andrew Tate. Come on, man. I don't know, man. He might be giving Kev a run for his money. But, you know, we got to see how these allegations go and all of that. You know, I haven't dug into it. I just thought this video was crazy because you know, Pearl was baking. You know, he was on here cooking. Brittany was kind of still in that delusional shit, but she was humbly kind of giving away the game to some lame ass niggas that been falling for this shit for years. I think it was a perfect combo. You got a couple, you know, the auntie, she's going in. Let me see.
I mean, why should you? I'm not sitting here actually shitting on women in any way. I think women have a biological instinct to a degree to try and find the best mate they can because it gives them the highest chance of survival in the harsh realities of the world. And if they look at a man who's not capable, they just don't feel an attraction to him. And that's the bottom line of it. And that's why I'm largely misunderstood. I don't blame women for a lot of the problems. Women are guilty of certain things, but I have a massive amount of blame to place on men because there's so many men who are genuinely incompetent. If I was a chick, I wouldn't fuck these losers either. Like, they're losers. So it's hard.
Balance. I love it.
Do you know what I don't understand? Why people always going for the 1%? All the women want to rush for the 1%.
Why do all the women want the 1%, y'all?
Control. Because if you got a woman who got their own, then you can't tell them shit. But if you got the one who's struggling, who still is nice looking, who still looks like a Brittany Renner, but her financial status ain't there, then you got a little bit more control and submission because they see that you about something more status. You get what I'm saying? Because let's be clear. Andrew Tate, like he said, he's basically self-admitting my status is what carries me. You get what I'm saying? Without my status, I probably couldn't even, Brittany Renner probably wouldn't even fucking look my way. Not that I'd care. But he just after said, all I got to do is use my status and clout, and I could basically derail what it is people think my lifestyle is. I could carry my own status the way I choose to because of my money and status. So basically, he's saying without that, I ain't about shit. You know, that's what I took from it. You know, so yeah, I mean, he basically said I ain't about shit. Well, I could rearrange how anyone thinks based upon my status and clout, which he goes off of a lot. That's the difference between Kevin and another difference. He didn't go around bragging about his status and clout. You get what I'm saying? You just kind of seen it, and you kind of seen it develop and build and climb as years went on, from the closets to the cars to his own fucking penthouse, to the stuff in the background that he built upon more and more as his channel built it up. You get what I'm saying? So you've seen his come up. We didn't see much of Andrew Tate's come up on a large scale. Boy, go eat. Jesus Christ.
I personally think that women want the 1% based on comfortability and provision. Simple as that. Women want to be comfortable. They like the idea of a man who has power, and that's why they go after. Majority of women go after the idea of the 1%.
And that's still today with niggas out here that ain't making that much, but let's just put niggas out here that's selling weight. Hood, we know niggas out here that's still on selling weight out here that's thousandaires, you know. In a couple of hours, them chicks they know these niggas ain't about shit. There's no 401k behind that. There's no health insurance behind that. There's no definitive generational wealth that comes from it. But damn, you got it right now. That car, I want to fuck your car. You get what I'm saying? I want to fuck your car.
Power. And I heard the brother Corey Holcomb say this, and he said, if women had more strength than men, they would be so tyrannical. They would literally, basically just, you think the way that they depict domestic violence now, man, if women were stronger than us, we would be beaten to beyond submission. It probably wouldn't be no men left.
Yeah.
Tyrants at heart. Because you see how they even act with, they have that 1% man, and still, hell, look at what Javante Tank Davis is going through with his baby mama right now. If a man come up on a lick, you know what I'm saying? Let me get up under Oprah. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know about the Tank thing, cause I'm seeing now that Tank thing is a little different for me, cause Tank thing.
You gotta look at what just happened though. The video just came out and everything. His shirt all ripped up. She tearing up stuff. She carrying the baby. He got spit on him. She attacking this dude, but called the police on him. Yeah, and called the police on him. I'm saying, generally speaking, women are more like tyrants. That's why women jump up. Bro, 90% of men, if they see a bigger man than them, is not gonna fight that dude. If the bigger man opposes any threat to them, they are going to knock out in most cases.
If they smart.
In most cases.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because majority of relationships, men are bigger than women. But you look at domestic violence cases, right?
It never is in our favor.
It'd be a 5'2" chick. You be 6'1", 210, and a broad haul off on you, but you just hem her up and she calling the cop on you. But she hit you first.
Oh, and it make you leave.
Oh, bro, let the size flip though. Let her be 6'1" and let you be 5'6". How many videos have we seen of women dragging little dudes, beating them down in the streets,
throwing them out the house, literally?
Power. Women like the idea of power and provision. Simple as that. So that's why they go after the 1%.
Or be surrounded by it. Absolutely.
Absolutely. It's the idea of power. They are drunken with that. I'm telling you, bruh. You can be a good-hearted brother. You might not have the business savvy, but you're responsible. You got good money management skills. You're a good father.
Yeah.
The woman will dog you. She will run all over you.
Absolutely.
But you see the nigga come down the street with some speakers. You know what I'm saying? Head out the window. What up, bitch? And oh man, she love that.
Yeah, they love that. It's this ass backwards mentality. Go ahead, as it always been, and this is where this war between men and women and this so-called gender war is, because what Kevin did is bring up this. He popularized this whole alpha and beta thing to where women think they're alpha women, which I hate. You get what I'm saying? It was a term I hate. You get what I'm saying? From both sides, really, because everybody's alpha till shit hits the fan. You know what I mean? Everybody's alpha. Everybody don't. Okay, so everybody is alpha. If you're not alpha, you's a sucker and all this and that. But that's how it's going on in these streets. Everybody's being popularized with this term. Women don't want to be women no more. They want to do what we do. And then when you tell them they can't do everything we do, then it becomes the feminist shit. So that's where we are in this gender war thing, because, and then you even look on Twitter, these women is celebrating his arrest like they celebrated Kevin Samuel's death. You get what I'm saying? So it's just this war going on that's just crazy to me. It's really, really crazy to me how it's going on, because at the end of the day, we all still fucking on each other in the background. We all still fucking with each other in the background, but on these up in hindsight to where people publicly can see, I don't fuck with them. So that's where we are with the Andrew Tate is, well, just Pearly is a product of Kevin Samuels. She'll tell you that. So she comes from the Kevin Samuels class, as a white woman, and she's getting slapped because she studied Kevin Samuel and YouTube streets and kind of caught on like Andrew Tate did real quick, real quick. you know, but she comes from a well-off family as well. So, I mean, it is what it is, man. I personally, Brittany Renner is not my type. She's very nice looking, but I ain't fucking on Brittany Renner. You know, I like them thicker. That Brittany Renner in the back picture when she was like that, yeah, maybe. But then I'm not keeping you because I know what you about. But she fits the standard of a rich man that want to have fun. Slim, thick, light, straight hair, Eurocentric look. He ain't bringing no sister with no braids up in there, all super big booty. Rich dudes ain't having no female like that around them. Not in public. They ain't have no dark-skinned woman that's thick with the Bartman body back in the day, the Sarah Bartman body. You know, or like they did back. Let's even take it back to the slave times when in private they you know, when the husband sleep, yeah, I'm gonna fuck on your black dark-skinned wife, even though I'm calling her nigger all day. But publicly, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. There was a lot of that. It was a lot of Thomas Jeffersons that was fucking on the black chicks on the side. And then now we got light-skinned kids because of the undercover fucking from the white dudes fucking on our sisters. But publicly, I don't fuck with black people. But next thing you know, we found out later on Thomas Jefferson had black kids and had a secret room that he was taking the sister to. Okay? That's where all this mixed shit's coming in from.
Hey, brother, it's an unwritten rule in white male society, and it is that you don't become a man until you sleep with a black woman.
That's it. Oh, but publicly, no, I don't know what you're talking about. But this is history shows that the Sarah Bartman, she was thick as hell. Lizzo thick, borderline. Was clowning her. She was like the monkey on a circus, you know, a model statue and all that. But they were knocking that down.
Wait a minute, man. Did you say Lizzo?
Sarah Bartman damn near had the borderline body.
It's totally different. Sarah Bartman had no waist with you know,
huge buns.
She had adult flick buns. Lizzo is just round. You know, she's not bad for a big girl. She's definitely not unattractive. But you can't put her in the ballpark as Sarah Bartman.
I would, considering the time. I'm talking about consider the times. They looked at Bartman as a Lizzo back then, is what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, I see what you're saying as far as it goes. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know
what you're saying.
Yeah, because see, my baby mom is about my first son's mother is about Sarah Bartman's side. You get what I'm saying? But that's borderline to me. You know, a lot of dudes is fucking on Lizzo in the background. Like you said, she's not ugly. Okay. Ain't nobody looking like I told Hood on Anton's show. I'm not looking to fuck your belly button. I'm not looking to fuck your belly button. And most dudes who like them thick, she probably got a stomach. She don't even got a stomach that looks like Pearl's do in the background.
They're walking that way. Go ahead.
You know? See, there's not many thick chicks, bad ones, that got a snatched waist unless they getting some surgery done. But the rich man loves the woman who already got a snatched waist like Brittany Renner, who don't do no kind of working out because genetically she don't have to.
I doubt you gotta pull that thing over, man. That's how I keep you. That's how I keep you.
We know in Western culture society.
See what you talk about as far as the staple. I'm gonna go get that.
As far as Western culture society, we know light bright is right. It's always been the case. Always been the case. This ain't changed. But we know the dark skin is the more richest and more powerfulness. We know the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. That's not a quote for nothing. But we ain't gonna sit here and act like interracial shit wasn't bound to happen. It's been going on for centuries.
Well, how dare you say that?
Why are you eating?
It's candy.
And smacking.
Hey, how dare you say that a rich man would rather have a light-skinned woman?
That's been the narrative.
To bring it to public, to carry on to
yes, publicly.
Salik would. You know what I'm saying? We ain't talking about that. We talking about what you pull up and take and place in front of the world and say, "This is me right here."
What? Go ahead, X.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on the public scale, you don't see what's the name that played on Stellar Group back in Angela Bassett. Bad, good body.
She's not dark.
What do you mean? She's not dark. Considered dark skin?
I mean, see what when you get into them colors right there,
she's not considered dark skin.
Either or, you got to vote. You got to.
Man,
you're gonna throw her over there. You're gonna throw her over there.
Angela Bassett,
dark skin woman, bro.
A lot of people that's in the middle, though. You know.
Yeah, that she.
But I consider my complexion like in the middle.
Nah, doctor, you said you would consider yourself in the middle?
Yeah, I'm in the middle.
Nah, man. You know you would pass that brown paper bag test, man.
I told him.
You would be right there, bro. Like right there.
He's not Andrew Tate like.
Ain't passing the.
He ain't Andrew Tate or Brittany Renner like, but he's a half shade up low.
Nah, so you niggas don't understand, man. Niggas change colors, man.
You know what? Hey, he do got a point because you know he up in that climate where it's raining like 300 days.
If you catch me in the wintertime, yeah, but summertime,
I ain't getting the sun there.
I stay in the sun.
There.
That's the good nature of being light. You get to be dark in the summer and lighten up in the winter. I ain't moving.
It ain't never one thing about it. My shit ain't never lightened up to where a motherfucker didn't think I was a nigga.
Well, no. That's what I'm saying. You're not Andrew Tate and Brittany Renner. I can't tell if you have a white mom or dad, so you're not that light. I look at Andrew Tate and Brittany Renner. I could tell.
Wait a minute. You said you can't. You said you can tell. You can tell.
I can't tell.
Oh, you said you can't tell that I don't have a white one.
Yeah, if you say you can't, I mean you think that he looked like a Brittany Renner or them.
Yeah,
exactly. No. I can tell that you do. I could look at you and be like,
"Yeah, neither one of my parents are white."
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I could look at you and be like, Hood don't got no white mom or dad. When I look at Andrew Tate, Brittany Renner, Mariah Carey, Vin Diesel, I could look at them and be like, damn, your mom must be white or your dad must be white. You get what I'm saying? When I look at them, because they clearly got black features, but then you look at their nose and their cheek structure, you could tell that they got a white mom, white dad. They don't even got the black nose. You know? So, I mean, they look, Brittany got damn near the same nose as fucking Pearly in the picture. Damn near. Damn near. Just a little bit spread out, just a taste.
Their shit is two different noses.
Y'all think Pearly is attractive?
You said what?
In your opinion, is that Pearly chick attractive? I think she, be saying the right stuff, but when I just be looking at the time, I'm like,
she's attractive enough. She's attractive enough. If that's,
She's not
if
ugly.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for her at the bar.
You don't got to be the baddest in the shoe store. You know
Nah,
what I'm
yeah.
saying?
I definitely agree with that. I was just wondering from on the attractive side of the scale because
No,
I
she's not ugly.
She's
But I'm not
attractive
looking for her.
enough.
I'm not looking for her. But if she looks for me, I wouldn't turn her down.
If she's a
You know
down
what I
ass
mean?
bitch,
I mean, she can pay some bills for me. That's about it.
Right. She could be my bus now. She's tall. I climb that tall white Christmas tree.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
she can pay some bills though. She can pay some bills.
Some bills. I'm like Jay Electronica. I'm trying to bag the royalty in the United Kingdom. I'm trying to bag the white one that got, like you said, the money. I'm not gonna bag the same kind of white chick that ain't got nothing that I have to deal with some of my sisters. If you gonna be a white chick, I'm bagging you. You gonna have to have something. Your family gonna be well off. Something's gonna be donated to me. You absolutely.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Absolutely, because I could deal with the other shit from my sisters. Unfortunately, it's shit even with my sisters. Listen, any woman, I got 5 kids, bro, 4 baby moms. Okay, ain't now, and I ain't asking none of these.
You cool?
And these YouTube streams, I'm the Ray Ray. I'm the Ray Ray.
He is Ray Ray.
I am Ray Ray, right?
Oh shit!
In these YouTube streets, and I can't tell a nigga shit because I got 4 baby moms. I can't tell a nigga shit. I guess.
Man, I know niggas with double. I know niggas with double, triple what you got.
Right,
but I know somebody. I know somebody who got almost 4 times more kids than you.
But see, here's the thing, though, Hood. I've been in long-term relationships with every one of them, even the one that wasn't planned. Okay, to where I know them personally, their birthdays, all that. Okay, so they were long-term relationships, but every single one of them, what my standard is, and I don't even got to have shit. You gonna do for me, period. And I ain't asked to have none of these kids by none of these women. They wanted my children. They're asking themselves. I challenged them to say otherwise. Any one of them. Okay, but you gonna fuck with me. You gonna do for me, period. That's just how I am. That's just how I am. No matter the color, but especially if I'm messing with a white sister, you definitely gotta have something fucking with me. You definitely. I am not messing with no trailer park. Period.
Crazy, man.
I'm not.
They could be
I
over
come
in
from the
Bellevue.
hood. I come from the hood. Why am I gonna go look outside the hood to get what I could already get in the hood? No, I'm going for
guys are hypergamous also. Then
listen.
Hypergamy works both ways, man.
Listen, dudes ain't just fucking with girls that just because they got pussy. Good pussy.
We know that's a very small percentage of men who think like that. That's less than 1% of men who think like that. Most men, if you got, we trying to stick it in.
Well, I mean, we're visual creatures. We're visual creatures. You know,
men are
for the wrong reasons. You know, so yeah, of course. You know.
Yeah, hypergamous, because if that's the case, man, like you said, you a Ray Ray, you wouldn't have all them baby mamas.
Absolutely. And I ain't asked them to open their legs.
Nah, dudes are hypergamous, bro. For sure.
Listen, look, men only take this.
I'm saying it the wrong way.
Men only take what we're allowed to get and have. Ain't nobody out here forcing no woman to open their legs, or else a lot of us would be in jail.
That's what we used to do when we was younger. It was like, okay, let's see. I mean, we're gonna be fucking. We
kicking chicks out the hotel if you ain't fucking.
Let's see if motherfucker got some money. I wanted to see if the bitches had money.
Yeah,
that was my thing, because where we live at, they got our hood, and then like not too far, rich ass Bellevue,
right?
You know what I'm saying? So
you got to have something fucking with me.
We was in the hood for real. So
who the fuck is you, Ray? Nobody, but you gonna have something fucking with me.
Yeah, man.
What you mean?
So when I hear that shit, like some of these dudes on YouTube be talking like, Like you'll never, oh, well, I don't care what she makes. I don't shit. You know, I love it. My girl made 150,
Yeah, make
200,000
that,
a year.
baby.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
ain't tripping about what you
I
making.
love it. Man,
Yeah,
I
me
love
too.
it.
Oh,
So
you making more than me? Sure, go for it. Because it's coming back to me anyway.
It'll open up my ideas and
Exactly.
you know, certain things that I could jump into and different little ventures and stuff. Because there's a dozen things that you could do that don't take no time at all. Just a little cash investment in, you know, a little secure spot, you know.
And willpower.
Like I'm about to get into selling cars and shit.
Why
You
not?
know? Fuck it. You know, that don't take no time.
Learn about the tax code and how it works for you.
If you want to buy it, hit me up. If you don't fucking call me.
You in the game.
He said what?
Yeah.
I said, get your dealer's license and you in the game.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm
If
saying?
you had to go to them auctions, you in the game.
If we knew the money game and tax game like the rich ones do, we'd be fucking off the chains out here.
Yeah. That's
and the loan businesses and all this shit. Please. They don't want us to know that for a reason.
They don't pay no taxes.
You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers be like, how is Bill Gates? How is these guys philanthropists? How are they giving away all this money but never going broke? Because they tax write-offs.
Right.
They sell their own fucking paintings and they write it off as a tax. They don't teach us shit like that.
Yeah. Now they say, well, get the 6,000 pound the truck and use it as a write-off for the company. You know.
You remember what Kevin Samuel said? Kevin put some good game. He said, you see this house I'm in? All this equipment that we use on the daily, when Hood uses all his equipment, his laptop, his camera, his microphone, sound effects, his house, that's a company business. That's a business that you could write off.
Right.
That's a business. If you got a car at home right now and you utilizing it to go get materials for your show, that's a company car.
Hell yeah. The mileage
They
and
don't
everything.
teach shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah,
So that's the same thing. They reinvesting into their own shit that they selling.
We had a little accounting class. There was a little accounting class. I mean, they didn't make it too appealing to me, at least. You know, there was a couple of dudes that did pretty good. Yeah, in high school, they had a little accounting class. You know, it was.
Yeah, I had a personal finance class, but like you said,
now that I think about it, I would have took accounting. I took business math, you know, but I wish I would have took accounting because we know the good money is in none. If you listen, if
they
you're
wasn't teaching you shit. Well, I was just in the class, man. They wasn't teaching shit.
No, not for life skills. Of course not. We know this. But if I would have known, if I was a mathematician and then an accountant, I would be very well off right now. I would be very well off. I suck at math though. But if I was good at math, I would be an accountant somewhere for somebody. Learning these numbers. I would be more into the stock market if I was a numbers guy. You know, I'd be reading books on that if I was a numbers guy. Because we know books is all word of knowledge you want to know. You don't listen. Between books, Google, and YouTube, that's all you need nowadays. Really, books is the way. But now folks don't have the patience to read like we used to when we were younger. They don't got the patience.
Yeah, that's why you gotta instill it when they're young.
Right. But when we know when we read books, we find out definitions to words, to the same words we've been using with words we never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to cut your bill.
Oh, you good? Go ahead.
No, because it was something that I had kept meaning to ask. It was pertaining to the topic.
Go
I want to know, did you have a list of the charges that the dude Andrew Tate was hit with? Because that kind of interests me.
Yeah, I'm one of those.
Sketchy.
I'm gonna just let it. Yeah.
It's still sketchy
overall. He's probably
overall.
gonna be in court soon, and they'll probably know a little more.
Right.
So, we're probably gonna get on it, but you know, I was just trying to get this because this interview did numbers, probably 3 million.
Yeah, this was a big interview. That was a big
So
a
I was like,
good look for
shit,
Pearly.
this right up our alley. Brittany Renner, you know, I don't, you know, so
yeah, Pearly's on her way, but
I didn't want to get too far ahead of it because I'll be just talking and won't know shit, you know. So I'm gonna give it a week, and you know,
yeah, we'll see if this is
I hope it's nothing crazy,
an agenda.
If it ain't nothing that he did that's just nuts.
If he really did this shit, there's definitely no coming back from that.
Well, I'm all about the council culture. You know, when people do shit, like I haven't listened to no R. Kelly shit yet.
Ah, bullshit. I still love R. Kelly music. It's art. It ain't about the person. It's still artistic. It's still art. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of weirdos out here who got, you know, who's weirdos, but their art surpasses what they did personally. So I'm more of the art form than the person who made the art.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. That's great. But
if we're gonna ban R. Kelly, then we gotta stop glamorizing.
Well, no, it's not everybody. It's just my.
Well, I'm not speaking for you, but I'm speaking generally speaking.
You know, like if it just pops on, like it's not coming up on the It's not coming up on what you call it.
Yeah, it's hard to find. You gotta go type it in to get it.
Like if you on Pandora or some shit, you know, it ain't gonna just pop up.
No, it's not.
You
but
know, like you know how all the other shit that you didn't ask to listen to, they play that shit, but they're not gonna play the R. Kelly though. So
well, they might do Tory
that'll
like
let
that.
you know something.
They might do Tory like that too. But if you want to find it, if you know how to decipher the art, then the artist, then because a lot of people would say a lot of these rich folks is allegedly doing this human trafficking thing. But a lot of people like what they do in their art form until it's guilty. You know, people still was watching Woody Allen movies knowing what the fuck he did. Okay? People was still listening to Phil Spector's music, which was mostly 70s black music, knowing how he got down. People were still fucking with Elvis, knowing that he married a 13, 14-year-old Jerry Lee Lewis, but still called him the king. Right. But all our artists, though, nah, hell nah. We got the fucking, them guys are terrible. No, I can't listen to none of they shit no more. Elvis is still getting movies made about him. Still.
Well, Def Chef was alluding to that earlier when he was talking about that. I don't know what the specific name of that human trafficking that was going down in the child trafficking that was going down in the 1970s.
Oh yes.
So the CIA, the FBI had investigated all of that stuff, and somehow all of these high-ranked officials and these popular people, all of these files disappeared.
Like
a huge investigation that was going on. So
how are we ignoring?
Come on, man.
How are we being selective about this?
He's a small fry. If it's true, if indeed it is true, he's a small fry.
Well, how are we? You know, here's the thing that we missed about the pizza boxes and Andrew Tate. Now, if you've been keeping track of human trafficking and the symbolisms and all those other things, people was using pizza as a code word for kids, okay?
For sure.
Now, ironically, Andrew Tate gets caught because of his pizza boxes. And then the young girl that says Small Dick Energy said maybe he should have recycled his pizza boxes. Do you understand what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? See, people don't be reading in between the lines about certain shit. Because we know these kind of folks use symbolism. There's symbolisms. You look it up for these human traffickers and Morse codes, these emotes, these emojis they use for code. No different than what we did when folks was out here trapping. Hey, I mean, I need the hard shell for the hard. I need the soft taco for the soft. Pizza. We can't forget about the Wayfair incidents when they naming certain fucking furniture material after children's names. We can't forget about the Balenciaga shit. When I see a black person wear Balenciaga now, I just switch it. I unfollow, I unfriend, friend or not. You still wearing Balenciaga? When you even see white folks cutting their own, that they actually buying that shit, they cutting their shit. This human trafficking thing is, how are we ignoring that Epstein Island? How are we still ignoring that? Because of the names that's involved. Oh, it's hush hush, like it's a forbidden word to bring up, like it's the R word, the A word, or grape or whatever. Don't bring up Epstein. Why not? Why not? Why ain't we talking more about the FTX young cat that fucked up the crypto shit? Because of the power players who was involved and the money that was hitting through it. Or how it ruined folks' lives, like the Bernie Madoff thing. Folks invested their money, like maybe the IE Twitch. So there's a secret society that's going on. Again, what I say when it comes to organ harvesting and human trafficking with people of color, black and beyond, mostly black, are women and children in the South, mostly snatched up daily. That's not being talked about. So we sitting up here focusing more on about Tate more than the reasons why he's being talked about and being arrested for, which has been 2022. Human trafficking is a term that's been used a lot, but ain't been focused on a lot. Oh, it's a hush-hush word and term. But don't nobody else want to bring up the other names that's involved in this human trafficking. Why were they just going after Andrew Tate? There's a whole bunch of more like him if he's doing it. That's very famous. Doing it in a sacrificial way to maintain, what he say? The status. So Hood, you ask how he get that 300 million? I mean, listen, what am I just talking about? Huh?
Yeah, trap housing.
Exactly, trap housing. Sacrificial. Because we can't figure out how the hell are you worth 300 million?
Yeah. I don't know him outside of the TikTok videos that I've done.
What are you doing to get 300 million in Romania? You want to sit up here and get on Russell Simmons about what he did and he moved to Bali, but this nigga's in Romania. And there's a whole bunch like him, but they want to come after him because the ladies don't like him. Go sit down. Boy, these kids are something else, I tell you. Sit your ass down, boy. But I said, wait, boy, you set your ass up. But it's just a lot of gray area that folks don't choose to focus on and don't hold people accountable for because there's too many elitist names involved in the term human trafficking. But nobody want to talk about it, but we'll still sit up here and tear down our own about the same shit. Oh, we'll get on R. Kelly about his problem. Everybody has a problem. Everybody has a fetish for something. Weird or not. rich or poor. Everybody got a fetish. Some people like getting shitted on.
Yeah, but shit, man. When it come to the babies, bro, you.
But how did the babies get there?
Oh, for sure. No, I'm not absolving the parents of any accountability,
You know what I'm saying?
in my opinion. But
we know kids are vulnerable. If you learned anything from the Epsteins and all these stories, you know where to go. You go to the poorest neighborhoods and get the low income women, no matter the color, and show them $1,000. Show them money they never seen before to lure them in. Same thing with R. Kelly did with music, promised them music, all these other things. Same with Tiffany Haddish and Ari Spears. I don't fuck with Tiffany Haddish either. She's another one. Because what she did was what she did to that kid traumatized that young boy. Nah, you get no play. She's coming to town, and if you get no play. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who don't. She's not even that much of a funny comedian, but she's still collecting checks. Guess why? Nah, black people still trying to be like, oh, she made it. No, she should be gone. Should nobody buy a ticket to see her? You were already saying she wasn't that funny as it was. Why the fuck is Ari Spears getting play? He's not that fucking funny. He's not even the funniest impersonator no more. That goes to Jay Farrell and Jamie Foxx. Why? Because he's still participating in the fuck shit. But we're not holding him accountable enough. We're not. He's still going on interviews. He still has his own podcast. Motherfuckers still tuning in to nothing. He ain't saying nothing that I want to hear no more. Not that he was before. We pay attention to the wrong shit. The one thing I respect about Andrew Tate is that at least he speaks about his blackness. At least he admits that he's black. You don't even hear that from Vin Diesel or Mariah Carey. You don't.
Yeah, I'm not giving no credit for that until, you know what I'm saying? You can credit for him identifying black, but if you ain't moving black, then, you know.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that's dark like me and that they ain't moving black and they darker than me.
I don't give them no respect. Look at Berkeley, all of them guys. Them is,
oh yeah.
No, them is coons right there. Look, hell, look at Shaq in the last 10 years. Shaq has become a complete company man and straight up coon.
Yeah. In the last few years, he married black. He had all his kids black, but you're right, the last decade or so.
And the last decade, the overwhelming stance that he's taken, he sided with things that have been in opposition to what the average black man or woman stance has been. So, you know, I can't do that. You know, he echoes the oppressor's voice.
Yeah, but that's in order to maintain his financial status.
Well, you don't have to maintain your financial status when you got 400 mil. All you got to do is get off air.
Well, we come
That's
to know.
integrity right there. That's integrity right there. Integrity.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
When
But what we come to know from the Kanye shit and Kyrie shit, and shit, maybe even the Nick Cannon shit, is that when you go so far to stand on your own, when you think you've reached that status to where you could do for yourself and you don't need the middleman, that turns out you know, when the shit hits the fan and money started being gone, you start to retract. You start to retract.
Yeah, you retract when you want to stay in the eyes of those, and you know what I'm saying? Keeping those contracts and things like that. You know, it's different with a Nick Cannon because look how many families Nick Cannon is supporting. You know what I'm saying? Look at how he's done stuff. I'm not saying because I didn't agree with him ever apologizing because I didn't think he did anything. I know he didn't do anything wrong. But we look at it in the case of these dudes like a Charles Barkley who just literally echo the voice of white supremacy. That's it.
Barkley lost me when he said he wasn't a role model. You know, that was back when he was playing.
No, I was asking. You said Barkley said that.
Yeah, Barkley said that back when he was playing.
Right.
Now, to me, if we know NBA players and we knew what we grew off of in the low income neighborhood, if you did grow up in that in low income neighborhood, or even high, or even middle ground, you know that basketball players are influential by default.
Athletes are glorified, but
by default, you know, you can't sit there and say you want these same kids to buy your shoes, but then you're not a role model to these same kids that's buying your shoes. That was the problem we had with Jordan down the road. You wasn't personable up until Kobe died. You weren't personable, but you want all these same kids to buy your shoes. That's why I was never a Jordan fan. I had one pair of Jordans, and that was back in the 90s. One pair. Just because I didn't see Jordan was being made up to be what he wasn't giving back to the community. Now, I would get a pair of Ken Griffey's because Ken Griffey was a community nigga. He's sitting up there going to create a game at the All-Star game here in Seattle to highlight all the D1 baseball players from HBCUs. Jordan, they never did that. So I will go buy a pair of Ken Griffey's in a minute. I'll go buy a pair of Penny Hardaways and Iversons in a minute. You know? Because I'm paying attention to those who pay attention to me. The only problem I have with black folks when it comes to black business, you say you want to support black businesses, but you don't treat your own black employees like you claim you want the support to come to you. Because if black folks felt like you treated them right in your own black business, your shit would thrive. And we would be supportive of each other a lot more in our businesses. But you don't treat like the world that you asking for the support from your own from. So we have these conversations on panels about relationships coming from folks that ain't, some was married, some been married, some divorced. Some ain't, some will tell you about how to date out here, but ain't been in the dating field in over 10, 15 years. But will tell you, just because they married, how to be a better man. Because you didn't get because you had kids out of wedlock. Nah, not with me. This is the life I chose. If I wanted 10 kids like Nick Cannon, I got 10 kids. Especially the time where they trying to stop black reproduction and make it more mixed, make it more interracial. If I was white, hell yeah, I would love to have a kid by a black person. Oh, absolutely. I want all that good magical melanin. See, because they know that we don't even know the power we possess in our own skin. They know better than we do.
I think that brings it back to full circle about the original point of even these relationship panels is the fact that our relationships so co-opted and put us against each other in the battle of the sexes to where we didn't lost, we don't even understand the power is within our unity.
That's it. But history shows us the power that we could be when we're together. But folks will tell you today, oh, motherfuckers look too far in the past. You dwell on the past too much. When we know that if you don't use the past for reference, how can you prepare yourself for the present to carry on for your future? If black folks don't use our history as a reference when that was the best time when we was together, how are we all to go forward for our kids? By listening to some other culture tell us how? When history and books tell you? The history is there. We were more collective in the past than now. We're getting more separate, especially when there's people of different cultures coming into this country. But they want to be black, but they don't want to identify as us.
Yeah. That's the purpose, panels.
That's the shit that irritate me, bro.
Hey, man, Kevin Samuel was essential, man. Bringing, it was, prior to him focusing on women, he focused on the men. A lot of men got good work, good guidance from him. Even with the perspective of taking no accountability. Listen, me talking to a lot of women who I know, their whole issue was about the delivery. And I tell women all the time, fuck how a man says it. Did you get the message?
Did you get the message? That's what I say all the time. Fuck who said it. Did you get the message?
Right.
And furthermore, women have more tolerance for their boss than they do for their mate. That's a fundamental problem. Their boss can cuss them and they will bite their tongue, yell at them, tell them that they're not working to their standards and expectations. And a woman will take that because the need for that job. But if a man come home and he just give just basic criticism, hey, you told me you was go clean the tub or whatever the case is. Well, I've been working all day, and she go crazy about that instead of seeing the need to be with her man and saying, "Oh, baby, you know what? My apology. Let me get on that right now."
As if shit don't stop just because you did an 8-hour bid at work.
Absolutely, but how do you have more tolerance for, somebody at work who doesn't mean nothing to you? To the man who should be your life partner.
Because of money.
Well, see, we really lost the whole purpose of marriage was about legacy building. We're working together. And if we had
it's a business now.
For sure.
Now.
But isn't legacy in the basics of it? Isn't it about wealth building?
It's supposed to be, but you can't tell that in these YouTube streets. It's a business, and that's all it is. It's a business.
It's not the end. It's not the end all be all. That's my thing.
For sure.
A contract.
And it is a state binded marriage is technically a contract, but it's for a purpose though. And You know what I'm saying? We've walked away from the idea of us really needing each other. Women having an independent mindset set because of the comforts that modern women have. And that's what it comes down to. If the grid shut down tomorrow and people start kicking in the doors because they hungry, oh, women go get up under men.
Absolutely.
And that's what it comes down to. It's literally comfort and you know, the idea of that this thing that we got going is going to keep running and running smoothly. That's where a lot of women have taken their stance.
Say that again. I didn't catch on my bad.
No, I'm saying that comfort level of our modern society, and women have taken this role based upon the fact that they think that, you know, this society is going to continue to run, you know, like a well-oiled machine as it is, but not even understanding that we live in a super fragile society. You know,
these ladies don't care, bro, unless they get in the bag.
But think about it like this, brother. If all the trucks stop running tomorrow, I drive trucks for a living, and I know what the semi truck is the pulse of this country. If all ports closed and semi trucks stop tomorrow, what happens?
It's a big problem.
Man, we become a third world country in less than.
You're right. You're right.
So women the modern day women, it all comes down to comfort and the fact that media has pushed this idea. You know what I'm saying? Up until 1968, let's say 1972 with the Feminist Act.
That's right.
The black household was very much intact. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Very much intact. But specifically, black women have been told a lie.
Well, you know, like I was saying, we had this conversation before. I said white women had the Liberation Act too, and black women did too. But the difference was with white women, when they was fighting for liberation, they were still married to their men. Black women was trying to separate. They was trying to separate the women from men, the fathers in their liberation movement, which we now know is the welfare and housing and all that other shit now. You know?
Absolutely, because white women's oppressor was their husband. Black women's oppressor was the white man. It was never us, because we was on this plantations together.
Right.
As black women got raped, black men got raped. Black children got raped. Black women got beat. Black children got beat. Black men got beat. We went through a collective abuse, and because the farce was placed on a woman, they've created this gender war.
Yeah. And they knew who to go for was the black women and children, and black women for the most part went for it. There was only a few that didn't go for it, but the majority went for it. And they coded it to where they made it feel like they didn't need us, and it's been working since. You know, child support, welfare, housing. The killer part is, ain't none of those things stop the woman from moving the man in, even when they wasn't supposed to.
Right. Because since the 1970s, it's not like they was picking better. They kept picking the lowbrow men.
Exactly. They still kept picking the same type of dude, whether he's working or not. And it's still going on today. There's women out here making it seem like they got a new house, and all it is was housing help you to move into a nice place with low rent. But will have you believe, because they show you a picture of some new keys, that they bought a new house. You know, but really, housing just gave you a new house.
What they house fishing?
Hood, you seen it.
For sure. The same way that they be taking photos of them plates when they go to dinner that they ain't paying for.
That was that end of the month check that you ain't gave none to your kids. That's coming into the parent and guardian of so and so, not to you, to the parent and guardian of so and so. You ain't kicked it.
Or the said who bought her the roof Chris plate.
Right. You know, and making it seem like that they out here just getting it off your child's name, off the back. Don't if women was utilizing child support for child support, things would be a lot different. Kids that have a trust fund, you know, they ain't doing that. They ain't putting none of that welfare money or have into a trust fund. Not even the tax. When we know we around the time where your taxes come in. This is a gold mine every year around this time for low income women. I need somebody to claim my kids. I got over 3. I only could claim 3, but I got 6. So and so, you claim my stones, I'll give you a cut.
Hey, let me add to that, brother Ray. If there was no child support, how many more women would actually stay with their baby fathers? Or how many women would actually choose wisely who they slept with?
Exactly.
Well, that's why they scared of this, the Roe versus Wade shit overturned.
Well, they did that because of the white birth rate.
Yeah, but that scared a lot of women because now they got to really be.
Nah, they getting on flights. A bum, bro, she go drive to the closest state where they doing, giving abortions. If she really,
and ain't too many leaving that option open.
Yeah.
You might have to drive out of the country by the time the middle of 2023 come to do that.
Well, I personally believe they gonna overturn that because my personal belief, I believe that there is an agenda for population control. That's why, what I see is the push for all these different alternative lifestyles.
You know why they won't overturn it? And affirmative action may be next? Because it's a Republican Supreme Court, which is mostly old white men.
Well,
and
that's
one cool brother.
Brother Ray, the affirmative action, we really don't benefit from it like.
Well, we don't need it really no more. Do we? Even if we did, do you need it now?
But let's keep it real though, because affirmative action, it states minorities, right? Well, white women classified as minorities.
Yeah.
So
I mean, everybody's classified as African American. If you think about it, everybody got a point of African in it.
Specifically for Black people.
Yeah, that's what it was initially supposed to be for.
Right. So they use that vague term of minorities and start reclassifying people. Gay white men classify as minorities, so they get the benefits of affirmative action.
The gays, the Asians, the poor white, Native Americans. Yeah. You're right.
And all of it goes back to is lack of resources in a Black household. So all these agendas being pressed, and then specific agendas being force-fed to Black women, and under the guise, because remember, they know us very well based upon the plantation. And they know more than anything, what is the way to get the Black woman in order was religion. Jesus. Put that fear in God in them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We see what the Black churches mostly consist of, single Black women.
Black women. They push Planned Parenthood through the Black churches. By proxy, liberation.
We know where the Black Parenthoods are. We know where the Planned Parenthoods are based out of.
Germany, Margaret Sanger. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
can you repeat that?
I said, where is mostly the Planned Parenthoods based at? Where are they placed at?
Oh, in the hood. In the hood.
In the hood.
Yeah. You're not finding that In wealthy areas.
Yeah, just the abortion clinics
Mm-hmm.
and the Cedar Rivers. They're right in the hood. They're not in the suburbs. You can't find one of those two things in suburban neighborhood. But they're in the hood, though. We know what Margaret Sanger's. It was to decrease the black population.
Is this the same bill?
You know, it was to decrease the black population. We was growing in troves. We know if we wouldn't have if some of us didn't have any integrity, be like, fuck no, I'm not being a slave. I'm jumping off the boat. We know that mostly the slave ships didn't even come this way. Everybody think most of the black folks came here. No, they went to Brazil. Most of the black folks from the Trans-America slave trade, with all them boats, the majority went to South America, in Brazil, in Colombia, the dark-skinned ones, where they're calling themselves Afro-Caribbean. Did you guys even know that when we were back in those Civil War days that we were supposed to have owned Iceland and the Caribbean? But the reason why that the United States didn't conjoin with Iceland and we didn't own the Caribbean that was supposed to be all together was because they were scared of the color. They were scared of how much it would integrate black people. We're just now finding out the reasons why we're not allowed to travel to Antarctica because they got fucking built-in pyramids down there that they don't want us to know about. We're finding out that we're starting to find out that America was the true Egypt, that there's fucking pyramids and tunnels and caves full of rich resources in the Grand Canyon.
Yeah,
That's why no folks are allowed to go into the Grand Canyon like that. You know, we've been here. We've been here before any Columbus or any other of that shit. We've been here messing with the Native Americans, trading and bartering. We've been fucking with the Native Americans. We've had relations. That's why most black folks got Native American blood in them or Indian blood in them or Mexican blood with them because we was already fucking with them long before this, what we were taught. But they just did a good number on us due to religion and due to politics. Separate us good. Did a good number on us. So now everybody got to be the leader. Nobody want to be in charge. Don't nobody want to invest in each other. We don't trust each other with our own money like we did before.
Well, I'm gonna say this, brother. We doing the work now. You know what I'm saying? With this invention called the internet and platforms like this, and we get to meet like-minded brothers and sisters where we can invest in each other. You know what I'm saying? And the biggest thing, because we put a lot of onus on the women, man, men got to become stomped down again. We got to have that intestinal fortitude to where that, you know what I'm saying? We invested in stomping down. Yeah. And we got to be accountable for who we plant our seed in. If it's a bum broad, you don't go up in that road. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's that.
We gotta take our accountability too, as we do as men, but we gotta sometimes I think that we put so much focus on the fact that how bogus our baby mama is that we kind of absolve ourselves of the decisions that we make in the past and moving forward.
I agree. We gotta have better accountability for what we did and didn't do too. You're right. They didn't do it alone. You get what I'm saying? If we are the leaders of the household, then it's up to us to channel our women to be more, better too. We dropped the ball there too. So
Right.
you're right. We dropped the ball there too. Like every man ain't looking to be married, but a lot of them's having kids.
Right.
Yeah, but that married shit, I think people put too much.
Right. I'm not that guy.
Use the standpoint. I was going more toward the stance of men utilizing their parental rights. If you see you dealing with a bum broad, because you gonna know, okay, say you had a one night stand, whatever. But before that baby is born, she's showing you all her tendencies and who she is. We got to be smart in the fact that we should be documenting when these bras is acting crazy. And statistics show that single fathers do better with children than single mothers do. We have to be stewards in our children's lives. We got cell phones. We got apps on these phones. We can record every conversation. All of these text messages, screenshot. We got cameras around our cribs. She come through doing goofy stuff. We got all of the documentation right there. When she do the goofy stuff, document the stuff. And before that baby is born, petition for custody. Simple as that. And you walk in with the evidence and you show that this is an unfit mother. I made the mistake in sleeping with a bum bitch, but guess what? She ain't gonna raise my child to be no dusty child, no bum ass kid. I failed, or I might be repeating the generational curse of sleeping, or having children in unhealthy relationships. But I'm not gonna repeat the curse and raising my child in an unhealthy environment.
Yeah, no, I think fathers should get custody. I mean, I know that's a law that'll never happen, ever. But I think that's what should happen. I think the male should get custody, or it should be a lot easier for a guy to just step up and say, hey, yeah, this is what I want to do. And
at least give me a chance to be accessible to my child and not just off what she's telling y'all.
Well, I mean, we've let women run it for this long. So
man,
we got to take over the
house
now.
So they don't want to hear most of what you got to say.
Give me my seeds.
These stats. They know that women children do better when they have a balanced household, right? Between the male and the female. But they also know that children also do better when they are in a household. If they have to be in a household with a single parent, a father, they do far better. They become more productive citizens of society. Emotionally, they're more level. That's across the board. The CDC released this in, I believe, 2014. They did a whole big statistic chart where they broke down all of this stuff. So there's a push to keep the child in balanced situation. And it's just based on pure science on this, because most women operate on emotion. Have you ever seen, hell, everybody got children on here. You know how your baby mama or your woman act if she's exhausted and your child is overly loud? How you see them go on a tangent with your child, and you sit there looking, you like, damn. And you got to pull it to the side afterward, babe. The baby didn't need all of that. Whereas on the flip side, man, we exhausted. We get off work doing a 12-hour, 14-hour shift, come home, got to cook, whatever, take care of our kids. We don't take our anger out on our rough day on our family. Not a thoroughbred male. Man, we come in the house, our kids jumping on us, all of that stuff. Be like, hey, baby, hold on, let daddy take a quick shower right quick. That shower is our decompression. Boom. We get out that shower and we back on it.
Yep, without nobody asking us how we feel and what we going through. We just got to stick it out and play tough guy all day, every day, and consolidate all our emotions. Nobody's care. Just go to work and do what the fuck you supposed to do as a man.
Yep, no days off.
No days off. No vulnerability, nothing. Because if you're so vulnerable, if you so much as shed a slow tear, you's a soft ass nigga out here. That's the way society look at us. And the moment you stop doing what you're supposed to do, whether it's your fault or not, you know, you ain't about shit. Oh, but the women can drop the babies off at the church, the fire department, and the dumpster. No penalty. No penalty.
And she just was going through something.
She just was going through something. It was mental illness.
No, it's your fault. It's
Oh,
mental
Yeah,
illness.
where's you at?
It's your-
Where
it's your fucking fault. That's what happened.
Fact, Dr. Hood.
You know,
You should have been there. She should have been able to call you to drop that baby off.
exactly. Yeah, should have been able to.
No, but if she goes and say I wasn't, look, she can go drive those kids unless she's going to drive those. If they see her driving those kids in the ocean, in that car, what they call her? Crazy.
It's your fault up until then.
But then let the man do that. He's a killer. He's a killer. He done drove his kids into the ocean. Oh, I ain't going for that mental shit.
Well, no, even when she does that, he did something to her to make her do that.
Yeah, the father made her snap.
Yeah, no, they've had a domestic dispute before, and
Y'all know that story. Y'all remember that story? I think that happened in Oregon a long time ago.
It just be bullshit, man. The hypocrisy, man.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But we gotta stand strong. We can't cry. We gotta go to the car. We gotta go to the room.
One thing about it, I wouldn't trade it for nothing else, man. If that's the stakes, if those are the stakes that it takes to be a man, shit, I'm all in. Fuck
it. I mean, that's what's been handed to us, so we ain't got no choice but to deal with it. But I would like some more rights from and accessibility of my child because my influence matters to my child, and we see with them being around the women who still out here trying to kick it like a kid, but they demasculate my son, possibly.
Brother Ray, we do have the rights. The problem is we don't exercise them. So what I'm gonna tell you this, and this is
do a lot of fraudulent shit. That's
what I'm saying.
Hear me out. Hear me out. That's why I was very specific in the fact that a woman is gonna because a woman not gonna, a bitch is gonna show you who she is before that child is born. And we live in a time now where we got this phone right here where we able to document everything. We just don't do things in a timely manner. A lot of times we wait till after they file. And if you know anything about the child court system, is whoever petitions first is going to get in favor.
That I know.
I know this for a fact because all my uncles, all my cousins and stuff, we've all been raised by our fathers. You know, it was a generational curse to where all the men, my uncles and shit, they married similar type of women. And all of them, including my dad, raised me. I was raised by my father. He had custody of me. Four of my uncles had custody of their kids. You know what I'm saying? But they jumped on it early. Boom. They documented this stuff. So I got to hear how they moved. And same thing, I try to impart this information to my comrades, even my brother-in-laws, things like that. And then when people don't do those things, people calling me like, yo, man, yo, soul, man, she did this, she did that. And I'm sitting there like, dude, I told you what to do. She did.
See, you was raised by your dad. That's good. See, I was raised by my mom and I had my dad around. But in my situation that I deal with my children's mothers, as far as this custody thing, you can go in with documentation. You can go file it first. But you better make sure you have all your shit in order because if all she has to do is fire off a few receipts, you lost. So, I mean, you better have all your documentation in order. And even some cases in documentation, all she got to do is cry a few times and manipulate a situation where she got her hands put on her and you lost. So, I mean, it don't take it. She still ain't got to do much, at least in Washington. Which is a woman's
I agree with that. It's still a woman's word versus your documentation.
Unless you she gotta be, for the most part, she gotta be really crazy deranged or incompetent to take care of a child for a man to get custody full.
No, not necessarily. I mean,
For the most
if
part.
it ain't those things, then why would you want to keep your child from? You know what I'm saying? If she ain't incompetent or crazy and deranged, I believe that she got enough sense to where we should be able to get some type of 50-50 custody at that point.
It sounds nice. It would be great.
Well, if a woman don't want to give you 50-50 custody, then she is crazy and deranged because she don't believe you is that valuable to that child.
Morally, yes, I agree.
She will show you everything that you need to you know what I'm saying, to take to that courthouse. Like I said, if I'm dealing with a bullshit woman, look, we got these recording apps on this phone. Every conversation, I'm recording it. Boom. Every text message, I'm screenshotting it. Boom. I'm saving it on the cloud. Whatever type of John you got, putting on an SD card, whatever it is, I'm saving it. Yes, you have all your I's dotted and T's crossed, but that's what it is to be a man, though. You know what I'm saying?
You have to go through that if you've been a father to your child. Why should you have to document what you do?
Because we live in an unfair world. We play an unfair game. The deck of cards is stacked against us.
I know. I wasn't asking that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. I'm just answering it. I know it's a rhetorical question, but I'm just speaking to the fact that as a black man, we're gonna have to, because the system wants to keep our children away from us because we understand that they are most productive when they under the tutelage of their father.
Or it works in the system's favor without the father being there, and we can manipulate the woman and the child.
For sure. So what is it? The school to prison pipeline? That literally became an effect in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? Or the crack epidemic. You know what I'm saying? They put that play right. That's when they went and started privatizing prisons. But that was all based upon the fact that the black man was stripped from the household.
Yeah. Had to survive.
Lack of resources in the community.
Yeah.
Mothers having to work now, so the children are left at home to raise themselves. So it's literally adolescents raising adolescents with the lack of resources, and then here comes the government inserting crack into the community to fund the South American War and privatizing prisons, hitting black men with exuberant charges and times. So it's all been a ploy to keep the black man out of the household and away from being a disciplinary and being director to his children. So we have to be accountable as men, whatever it takes. I'm going through hell, water, and fire for my kids. It don't matter. My wife, she could turn on me tomorrow, hate my guts. But from that point right there, it's no longer an emotional tie to her. I'm playing hardball with her. Simple as that. Okay, you don't fuck with me, and I see you trying to keep my kids away. Everything is all documented. Everything, every conversation, every text message, every receipt, everything, every single dollar I send her is a receipt, and it's going to be written on the receipt. Child support.
Yeah,
gotta protect ourselves.
When you're able to do it that way, it should go in your favor. Again, my point is, should I take that? If I go to the courts and say, like, I know right now, my kids has been taken away. They're in a different state. I didn't give them permission to take them away. I know I have a certain right to where I didn't sign off for them to be gone. If I go to the family court right now, tell me, hey man, I ain't seen my kids in 8, 9, 10 years. They're not going to help me locate my kids. They're not even going to hold her in contempt and make her bring back my kids. They're not, even though it's my right to have because I didn't sign off on it. They're not making her bring back my kids. They're not even holding her in contempt, even though that's a law and right that you can't do that. You can't take someone's kids out of the state without their consent.
Hey, here in Georgia,
she got the primary custody, don't she?
Still, even with the that's your father's right, though.
Yeah,
I didn't sign off for you to take.
But you didn't petition it either, though.
Exactly, you got a petition, but it's 10 days.
With a petition that ain't forcing them to bring it back, though. That still ain't gonna force them to make sure they and hold them in contempt. There's cats right now that's been doing that for months, and they still ain't giving their kids.
Yeah,
So
yeah. The court ain't gonna,
application for it, that ain't guaranteeing them to make sure my kid come back. Even with the petition,
so
not all the paperwork.
what you got to do is locate your child. At that point, get the paperwork proving and stating that, and then go to that local municipality, the sheriff's office, whatever. And then at that point, then that's when you will see law enforcement be used.
Well, I guess I must be doing something
in California with children that were taken to Vegas. I'm from Cali, but I live in Georgia. So
I know Georgia laws is different. They're a little bit more lenient.
You got 10 days by law where you can take your child out of state. Outside of that, both parties have to agree on the child being out of state long.
I know the Southern laws. That's why I like the South. They're a little bit more favorable to fathers in the South, and that's that Republican shit. That's when I be side with Republicans. They're more pro father. You get what I'm saying? They're pro father rights. You get what I mean? That's when I rock with the red. See, the Democratic side, they don't like they try to steer the fathers away.
Here we go. The Democrat.
The Democratic side, statistically.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That Democrats, that's Margaret Sanger. Prior to 1968, black people were Republicans.
Yes, we were Republicans. We were conservative.
Yes, sir. And even up till today, most black people have more
conservative. We still be conservative.
Yes, for sure.
We just been duped to think other, like you said, when it came to the whole poverty thing, that made us lean that way, and the civil rights shit. But we've all, even after all that, we still think conservative, money wise, politics side, all that. Deep down, we're still conservative.
No
But
vote.
we don't like the face of the conservatives, though. We don't like that old, white, wrinkled up look of conservatism that don't want to make room for the new breeds that won't let go of their power. You get what I'm saying? On both sides, truthfully.
Yeah, because I was gonna say Democratic. I believe they the worst racists.
Right, absolutely, as we've come to find out, and dupe the shit out of us.
Yeah, it's the old, you know.
My thing is this, bro. We have for 1%, you know, the national wealth. You know, this nation's wealth. We have for 1%. I don't think Democratic or Republican can fix that.
Well, no,
maybe it's not important. Maybe it's not important. Maybe if you got a pie and you only get half or 1% of this motherfucker, maybe that's cool for you.
Well, it's red and blue. There's still a game. It's still a game. They still laugh. They go
a pizza come in 8 slices. You know,
I'm gonna say
12.5% each slice. Okay, we ain't even half or 1%. So we're not even 10% of one slice, right? So that's the kind of things I think about when I think about this Republican or this blue state, red state shit. You know, it ain't been working out in our favor at all. If people think it have, I think they need to go get checked out. You know.
Completely agree.
Now, it could be one shitty bag compared to another shitty bag. Okay, this shitty bag got turds, and that's got runs. Okay? So, fuck it. I'm going to just lay in the one with the turds. I'm going to just kick the little turds to the floor, and I'm going to lay in this bag. But it's shit, though, because we have for 1% of the nation's wealth. That's all I got to say, fellas.
Hey, I agree with that. My sentiments is I'm going with whoever will offer us reparations, because that can turn the tide on the wealth gap. That can make a huge dent in the wealth gap. You know what I'm saying? Give me a lump sum cash payment right now, and let our let's say 13.5%, as they say, of people who are descendants of slavery here in America. Let them get their lump sum of cash payment. Watch how many of us will parlay that and turn those into multi-million-dollar businesses, and watch that wealth gap increase more and more. And if we got those cash payments, and watch the healing in the neighborhoods, because we only in our detriment like this because of lack of resources.
What you talking about? Reparations or something?
Yes, sir. Reparations.
Okay, what would that cash payment be? What's let's hypothetically just
California right now, they got the HR 40 bill that they're looking at, and in the HR 40 bill, it's talking about $389,000 lump payment
per black
American who can trace their ancestry back to the 1870 Census Bureau.
Oh, that's easy.
Easy work. If you come from foundational Black American ancestry, your ancestors was here in America on a plantation, you get this check right here. If all the Black people in America got that, because it's in the Constitution that we're supposed to get that, or the ratification, or what was that, the Emancipation Proclamation. So Abraham Lincoln, he signed off on that. We were supposed to get that by law. You know what I'm saying? The Freeman's Bank, all that money that we didn't get, all of these different things, we were supposed to get that. We were supposed to get 40 acres and a mule. You know what I'm saying? We were supposed to get this reparation right here. If we get that tomorrow, that would be the only reason why I voted for a specific group, Democrat or Republican. If they said, hey, vote for us, and we're pushing your reparations bill through. That's the only reason why I would vote. Outside of somebody saying we are putting some type of federal protection bill that protects you guys, become a protected class. Any race soldier that harms you, anything like that, they will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. It's got to be specific reasons that for any group to come to me to get me to vote for them, they have to have specific reasons and things allocated for me as a Black American to get my vote. Otherwise, I'm in total agreement with you. Republican, Democrat, y'all the same. You guys are different sides of the coin, but the same coin.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see.
Just find a regular 9-to-5 person that's going to look after you. You can be his queen. Why can't you just do that? Why is everybody really rushing? I've got a man. We don't go on social media. If it weren't for Pearl, I want nothing about social media. 9 to 5. I've got our own property. 32 years. Happy as Larry. What is the problem? It's not old fashioned. It works.
No, Auntie. Let me clarify. When I meant 1% is not the 1% of attraction. I mean the actual people that are in charge of the things that run the world the way that.
What I'm trying to say is that it's always been an umbrella we've lived under.
But the
men have
difference
functioned underneath it. So why is it going to affect me?
I'll explain why. Because as Sir Mr. Andrew King Tate said,
Oh, they're gonna kiss ass. That's what they kissing ass. That's that hypergamy kicking in. You know.
I want to know what she's after.
I'll have this one after this point.
Yeah. And try that now.
It is. I've been drinking lime juice as well. So, as he very rightly said, society has now evolved. Before men went to war, now men don't go to war. So there's a lot of sense of no purpose that they need to find. And then on the women's side is that the same way that a society evolved, it made men feel less purpose. They have now had to take on bigger purposes. They have to go to work like they didn't have to do before. They have to take care of the family and work and do all of these things and now deal with the fact that men are feeling a little bit like out of, you know.
The rubbish. That ain't what I'm saying. You get a 9-to-5 person, right? What is wrong with you going out there, find a regular 9-to-5 person, right?
Exactly. And that's the thing women don't want to do. They're so caught up in this social media lifestyle that they don't want the regular 9-to-5 guy. And there's this older woman, when she talks, you know, and you could just tell how the women respond to her comments that they're really not taking her seriously at all. You know.
function underneath that, because I'm always hearing the women say, oh, we ain't got enough money. We ain't got enough money. Work with what the man's got.
You're right.
Work with what the man's got. You can make a man your alpha. Everybody wants to go and find these top earning money. Find a 9 to 5, work regular, save your money, learn to cook and not have takeouts, and then save your money as they did before.
Wow. Learn to cook and not have to. What do you guys think about that? What you guys think about that?
Absolutely.
Learn to cook and stop all that takeouts. You know, we're practicing that. We practice that a lot over here.
Absolutely, especially with the fact that most of the food that we eat nowadays is, most countries wouldn't even allow that the quote unquote food to even be imported into their society. Poor quality, So it come down to being lazy. Cook. Make sure your kids got a proper diet. They're getting proper nutrients in their body. You know what I'm saying? All this food is heavily pumped with all type of chemicals and stuff, and you wonder why your kids got behavioral issues and you over here stressed out.
Because you're eating the wrong shit.
Eating the wrong shit. Stop giving your babies all that damn sugar and give them a damn fruit.
They're worried about getting a BBL instead of getting some good, investing in their kids' education or feeding them right.
Absolutely.
So
you want BBL, but you got your baby got ADHD. Ain't no daddy at home.
Oh wait.
Direct this to the men that feel upset because they're not like how you
There's always direct something to the man.
No,
Why?
but she's completely right. I'll tell you this. There's not a girl on this panel or on the planet today who couldn't walk outside and find a man who's going to be nice to her, loyal to her, and make her his queen. Women don't want that. So they'll sit there and go, no, I want Chris Brown.
Right.
And then they'll go try to get Chris Brown. Then Chris Brown will cheat. And they'll be like, I can't believe he cheated. I am devastated. Well, what the fuck do you think is going to happen? If I go to the car garage, right, you have to make a decision what you truly want in your life. If you truly want to just find a man who's going to look after you and take care of you, you're going to be his queen, he's going to be loyal, you can find that all day, but you're going to have to settle to a degree where a lot of women perhaps are not prepared to do that. You see how women act. They'd rather chase a fraction of a real G's time than have 100% of the time of a fucking dude.
Right. They'd rather chase a fraction of a real G's time. They're not fucking with this guy right here. Right? My homie right here, they're not fucking with him. You make under 45,000, they don't want you. They don't want to submit to you. It's like as soon as you boost those dollars up a little higher, then they want to act like they submitting to you. That's a sign of a woman that's faking it. She's faking it.
Hey, Dr. Hood, can I say this to your women listeners in the future as well?
Oh, yeah.
Because, this page is going to hit that, 1 million plus subscribers.
Oh, no, we working there. We're going to work and try to.
Oh, yeah. You will get that for sure, man. The content too hot over here. But to all you women out here who have this fairy tale idea about men being fake, 90% of men cheat, quote unquote cheat. 90% of men do. Reason being is because science, biology has hardwired us to be that way. If we weren't hardwired to want and go out and conquer, quote unquote, conquer or procreate, it would be only 1 million people on Earth and the human race would be dying off quickly. If we thought the way women did. We don't get this. I love you. I'm in love with you. I like to screw other women from time to time. Reason being is because I'm hardwired that way. Look at nature. Every other creature does that. Very few creatures are monogamous. Males. We're hardwired to want to, we have an urge, and the average woman can't keep up with that urge. If I blew up anybody's spot, my apologies, but that's just what it is. You on mute, Dr. Hood.
Is he on mute or did he take a break? He be just drop it off sometimes. Hood, where you at?
Yeah, he got quiet for a couple minutes.
Yeah, he be doing that. Be getting this little gap in between. You wondering if
Yeah. That's why I said, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to blow nobody's spot up, but you know, shit.
No, this ain't dude. He needs to. I don't even know where he's. he probably froze or something.
But Ray, am I lying on?
Well, go ahead. I didn't hear you because I was on the phone. Tell me what you're talking about.
What I said was because they respect. This dude Andrew Tate was talking about finding the average man 9 to 5 who's loyal to you, this, that, and the third. I just said 90% of men are quote unquote men that cheat. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in cheating because I'm not playing the game.
Listen, of course, look, most of us cheat, but it's also when we've come to find out, and especially I seen this on the show last night in Lapeef, was a question asked: would women rather lie than tell the truth? And most women would rather lie than tell the truth. So it's still, you got dudes that don't mind cheating, and you got women who don't mind lying instead of telling the truth. And in my experiences with the children's mothers I've had, and the outside man, go chill. And the outside interference, women would rather lie than tell the truth because it fucks with their, how they move. Do I think that most men cheat? Listen, we don't go into messing with nothing that we know is bad for us. So when if we don't go, and when we have that moment to where we're having intimate moments physically with each other, we're not having the discussions. Hey, now if you get pregnant, and no one has that discussion. No one has that discussion before sex. No one knows how bad a person is going in. If you fucking with somebody and you know they ain't no good for you going in, then whatever happens to you, you deserve, because you knew better when you went in. I don't feel bad about the person that knew that woman or man wasn't shit, but you went and fucked with them anyway. You get what I'm saying? I've never fucked with nobody that I knew wasn't gonna be shit to me or for me, but still fucked with them anyway. Never have.
Let me ask you, do you think a man is a bad guy because he chooses to, you know what I'm saying? He sleep with another woman from time to time. Is that a bad guy? I don't think so. If a man is doing everything that he's supposed to do, he's taking care of a woman, all of these things, emotional support, spiritual support, he takes kids, financially, he's there. Is him
if we're doing all these, if we're not
future? That's what I'm saying.
Doing those things, bro. If we're doing most of those things, we're mostly like, you better be submissive to, you better be for us more. But even if we're not providing, even if we got a part-time job, even if our finances ain't in order, we're still that way. Because see, at the end of the day, a real man, a strong man, ain't gonna tolerate a woman not being intimate and affectionate to him and affirming, which is some of the things that Kevin Samuels preached about.
I totally agree. And I just think that most men just like the idea of a little bit of variety.
Yeah, listen, you ain't got.
I'm saying from between 20 to about maybe 40. I think about 40, I say the average dude, he done hung it up like, all right, I'm cool. I done got that out of me.
Yeah, right.
And if he's living some type of alternative lifestyle to where he has, a couple of wives or whatever the case is. But I'm just generally speaking, I just don't believe that most men are monogamous. I don't believe that. I don't care if he's making $1 million or if he's not making $1 at all. I
would say this. I would say the most that we make as men, and the more our bank account is more secure and solidified, the more that we're less tolerable of the bullshit.
For sure.
You get what I'm saying?
For sure.
Because see, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying that I think it's a bad focus on men and saying, oh, he's a cheater, he's this, that, and the third. That's why I don't think that the Western concept of relationship is really the best or a good concept. I believe that healthy men and the most productive men, have at least a couple of them that they locking in, and I think that in the past, most people didn't have just one wife.
Yeah, and especially in our culture.
Exactly.
Historically.
For sure.
And in the tribal, if we lived tribally like we did back in the day, we would have more than one wife. That was the thing. That was the way.
When your status is high, that it comes with it.
That's why I said the more is your status and your financial status, the more that we're less tolerable of the bullshit. We're not playing that shit because we could go buy the fun. We can go buy the fun. We don't got to sit up there and deal with the mouth, all the other shit, and they gonna know that we ain't playing it because they know that you can be you're expendable.
Yeah, you can be replaced
quickly. You can be replaced either way but the more money, the more quicker it and less tolerable. I don't want to hear that mouth. You see, it's easy to be. We're automatically born alpha, but it's much more easier to be bluntly, radically alpha when you're financially up. And see, because at the end of the day, women ain't going financial status or not. If you ain't giving up no dick, they already out the door. They ain't playing that. How I've worked so hard, I'm stressing. It's been a long day at work. They don't care that when we stress, our dick don't work right. Cause see, they when they see that your dick don't work right, they think you're cheating.
Yo, when we stress our dick to
look, cause see, one thing we know, if our money ain't right, we ain't tripping about no. If you're a nigga that used to get your money and your money ain't right, I don't care about no
babies off.
Huh?
Pookie be dropping babies off. This nigga.
Listen, Pookie drop babies without thought, nigga. I had thoughts. I don't got damn bust down
levels to Pookie. Levels to we gotta.
Yeah, there's levels.
Technically, I'm a Pookie too.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying, money don't stop my job from working. Now,
hey, but there is a thing though, bro. When most guys stress and they're not.
Stress will do that, but that's more so.
What's a Pookie though? So we got to have a whole show about this. Like, what is a Pookie?
A dude that just dropping them into every bitch, and that without thought. And she ain't about shit.
No. Pookie, he take care of none of his kids.
So you have to have thought.
Well, without thought, when you ain't taking care of your kids, but you just steady dropping them in, you ain't even thinking about what she about, if she done had fucked with a nasty dude or not. You just want it. You just want a hole.
Yeah, you ain't wrapping up shit. You just busting.
Yeah, that's a Pookie.
And you don't give a damn.
I thought Pookie was like a two or more babies' moms.
Nah, that's the way the YouTube describes it.
Maybe went to jail. Maybe did a little small stretch in jail or something, or something. You know what I'm saying?
But see, they got us as Pookie and Ray Ray's like they got them as 304s. You get what I'm saying? So it's this YouTube terms, but my interpretation is how I just explained it.
I think it's a big umbrella. I think you could be a Pookie for a lot of things.
Absolutely.
Like I had kids by 2 different women, and I was in prison. Like if that's not a Pookie, you feel me? What I'm saying? Now it doesn't say that I was a good guy and all of this, and I was gonna bounce back.
I don't care if he was a good guy,
right? But
that's
you
the narrative
fall under that umbrella.
Yeah,
I think a motherfucker that got his girl living in his mama's house with a kid, that's a Pookie.
But who do you blame that on? Her or him?
Well, it doesn't matter. You're a Pookie. It doesn't matter.
Well, I don't know. She
I don't
allowed
think
that
Pookie
though.
blames anybody.
She's the dumb one. How you gonna come into this situation and allow yourself to get in that position as the woman, knowing that this is where he's at over his mama's house in the basement? So that's on her.
Well, what if?
But it just because it's on her. So if I drive down the street and it's just, hey Pookie, and I say, no, I'm not a Pookie. It's on her.
If
Right?
I'm Ray Ray, if I'm a Pookie and Ray Ray, and you know I'm a Ray Ray, but I'm still able to mac and crack you down, I don't give a fuck about what you call me. You knew what the deal was. If you knew I'm a Pookie, but I was able to mac you down, knowing what you know, but you still gonna call me a Pookie? Nah, but you my Pookie wife. You didn't have no problem. There's a lot of women that like these Pookie. They got all these names, but they still fucking with Pookie ass niggas. Future's a Pookie. He just got money. Future is a Pookie. Do you think? I bet you. But most women is choosing to fuck with Future than Russell Wilson, who has more money. Okay, Future got 4 different baby moms. Sierra knew about it. Whitten had another kid and actually helped him take care of the other kids that wasn't hers. She knew he was a Pookie. These girls love fucking with Pookies because it helps them have some sense of control and submission. Because you can't tell a nigga with money shit. You couldn't tell Andrew Tate shit. This is what it is. You couldn't tell Kevin Samuels shit. If you came to Kevin Samuels' house as a woman, you better already know what time it is. Because I ain't got time for that mouth, that loud mouth, all that other shit. You know, my circle don't surround you. But I'll take you back to the room, no, but you ain't coming down here to this dinner party.
Brother Ray, would you consider Nick Cannon a Pookie then?
He's a Pookie.
See, I don't think so, man. Because I think a Pookie is...
The only one he married was Mariah.
Nah, man, I think a Pookie is a man who got multiple baby mamas who has absolved himself of responsibility.
No, not the way they describe him here in these YouTube streets. You got multiple baby moms and you ain't with none of them, and he ain't even full time with none of them. And still dropping them. And this goes back to what I'm saying. These girls know what they're getting into after his 5th one.
What you think, Dr. Hood? Because that's my interpretation. Every time I done heard a story of a Pookie, it was a dude with a whole bunch of baby mamas, but he wasn't taking care of none of them, wasn't spending time with none of them, and he was off to the next.
That's a level. But the main thing of a Pookie is you got a whole bunch of different baby moms and you didn't marry none of them. And you ain't, and all your kids ain't in the same house. That's what they consider a Pookie around here in these YouTube streets.
Hey man, did that mean all our granddaddies was Pookies then?
Exactly, because they was getting it more than we was, but they know how to keep their mouth shut.
I don't know, not one of my partners with a grandfather who got one set of kids.
But listen, there's a whole bunch, and like I said, women love Pookies more than they love the niggas with money, because at least they're more relatable and personable.
Brett, that mean that Martin Luther King was a Pookie. Nah, I can't subscribe to that, bro.
No, Martin Luther King was married and had his kids by one woman.
No, Martin Luther King got a side baby too.
Where is it?
Martin Luther King got a side baby, bro. Martin Luther King got a side baby, though.
I've never heard that story.
Yeah, Martin Luther King got a side baby, man.
I've never heard that. That's a legend. That's
Man, all of these. Nah, man, I can't subscribe to that,
okay,
man.
Well then, okay, if Martin Luther King got a sidekick, put the link in there. Let me see where it's at, because we know he cheated, but we don't know. Well, I never heard him have no side kid. So if it is, I don't mind being wrong. Hey, my bad. Hey, I never seen that. But hey, send me the link to that one, because other than that, we gotta say alleged.
Okay, I'll take that.
You get what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, man.
That he cheated though. So, but that doesn't classify him as a pookie. What we know Martin Luther King to be is a married man, and all his kids is by credit.
All right, well, then Elijah Muhammad is a pookie then, and he started the Nation of Islam.
Okay, yeah,
that's a pookie. Okay,
well, if he didn't marry all the brothers of his children, okay, then he's a pookie.
Bam.
And if all his kids wasn't raised in the same house, then he's a pookie. And according to these YouTube atmosphere streets, you know, me, I don't give a fuck about the name terms. I am the pookie Ray Ray, but I'll still pull your bitch. I'll still pull your mama. I'll still pull your auntie, your aunt, your cousin, all that if they of age. Don't bother me, none. Won't stop this show. Don't bother me at all. Cause like Hood said, a lot of these cats in these YouTube streets ain't walking up to have the chicks I will and mac them down. I ain't scared of rejection.
Right.
But a lot of these cats are capping on here. They won't holler at they ain't about none of the shit they talking about, bro. Everybody portraying like they married or got a girlfriend, and half the time you won't see a chick walk past the camera. But because they don't want to be vilified, they'll say that, nope, I'm married. Or I was married, as if because you was married, that gives you a rite of passage. Nah, nigga, you divorced, that doesn't look good either. Not when we talking about Elizabeth Taylor, who done been married and divorced over 8 to 10 times. And she's vilified for that. So listen, I don't look. I'm a cat that was late in the game. My self-confidence about me and my macking didn't come until after about that. Listen, to where it was secure confidence was the end of 8th grade. Without my mama telling me that you a fine black brother, you're dark skin, the black and very sweet juice. Without my mama, I don't know how confident I would have been in my own skin, because I was getting degraded against my own people. This didn't come from white people. I'm hearing this from my own. Damn, nigga, you black. Damn, you a monkey. You like a gorilla. Niggas dark as me, or just a shade up, or girls, my own people. I didn't listen. All I did went to my mom. I don't understand it. Why are they talking bad about me? Didn't get me to where I'm at this generation, to where shit like that in this generation, they've been off they self. They've been off they self with those kind of the way that I was getting bullied about my own color in this day and age. I had strong skin with no father figure consistently to tell me that you are a strong black man. You will be something. You are somebody. My mom told me these things, but you don't want to hear it from your mom and the aunties, because they like super, back then 30 and 40 was great, was old and gray when we was younger. You was 40 years old. God damn, you old. I don't want to hear that from my mom. I want to hear that from my sister friends. But I didn't listen. But once I got my confidence and knew who I was, you couldn't tell me shit. Oh yeah, I laugh with you. Oh, you stupid ass nigga, you talking bad about your own. You was a stupid nigga.
Hey, brother, right?
You misinformed about your own culture to where you would talk bad about your own brother and his skin tone. But I ain't never heard that from no white person. I ain't hear the white person drive by me, said nagger, and kept going. But I have from my own kind. I had to decipher, like, how is this happening from my own kind as a young man? Women I had crushes on. Oh, hell no, you too black for me.
Hey, now, man, you gotta tough through it,
Now, I did, and now in this day and age, dark skin. Oh yeah, I got that happy, all dark, bro. Oh yeah, action all day. Went to Atlanta. They pulling up to me in Atlanta. I got all kind. I never received that kind of love in Washington or Cleveland the way I did in Atlanta.
Hey, brother, right? That go back to what you was talking about earlier. with the light skin, the woman, you know, that beauty perspective. Remember the 80s and that women was checking for light skinned brothers.
When light skin was super in, when the Elder Barge years.
Come on, so that has been a dichotomy within the beauty perspective, right?
Pure ass niggas.
Right.
Now they was acting like dark skinned niggas. They was beating.
Well, the dichotomy now is that they say light skinned brothers is hella sensitive. I don't agree with that, but that's the you know what I'm saying?
I don't agree with that. Nope, I don't agree.
No, because we black. You know what I'm saying, brother? Now, is there soft Negroes? Yes, but that's all about how they raised.
Right. It's all within how you raised and and how you were structured. I agree with that. I just happened to be thankful that and as my teens came, I had father figures within the community and my friends' fathers who reminded me as a man, not even about color, as a man, what you will and shouldn't tolerate within yourself.
Brother Ray, you said something important. Father figures in the community.
Yeah.
Responsibility to our community. Not just our kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
The importance that I was saying is, if I have a responsibility to my children by proxy, what do my children have? Friends.
Yeah.
And when their kids come around by proxy, they become my responsibility.
Oh yeah, consistently, absolutely.
That's what the fathers did back in the day. They only became father to these other children in most cases because these were their kids' friends.
Yeah.
And when they were around their children, it was a lack of discipline. So what did they do? They offered that.
Let's talk about.
I respect today's coaches. I respect today's coaches because I understood what they were after the game was over. You know, I understood that they didn't have to. And even with some of these teachers today, because some of these teachers are young, then we didn't have young teachers. We may have had one or two. You get what I'm saying? Now, today's a lot of these teachers are going far and beyond their teaching to take care of some of these kids. You get what I'm saying? Because
let's talk about stigmas, since you guys want to talk about stigmas and shit, right?
Go for it.
So it's all good when they say the dark-skinned niggas can fight the best. You guys like that one, huh?
I don't hear that too much either.
You don't hear that?
I definitely don't believe that. Sugar Ray Leonard is one of the baddest welterweights of all time. He was yellow as hell.
He ain't yellow.
Sugar Ray Leonard yellow.
No way.
No way.
Are you serious? Okay, he's caramel.
Wrong dude.
Man, Sugar Ray Leonard. Are you serious?
Marvin Hagler was caramel.
Sugar Ray Leonard is lighter than Marvin Hagler. What are you talking about?
No, he's not.
Sugar Ray Leonard is darker than me.
Sugar Ray Leonard. No, he's not darker than Marvin Hagler, bro. He's not even darker than Joe Brown. Joe Brown's caramel. Old school. Or Joe Louis, I should say. Joe Louis. Yeah. Muhammad Ali was caramel.
You talking about Sugar Ray Robinson?
No,
I'm talking about Sugar Ray Leonard. I'm talking about the sugar. I'm talking about the welterweight. Sugar Ray Leonard wasn't brown.
Sugar Ray Leonard wasn't no light skin.
Well, I said he was a caramel complected. If you're darker than caramel, I'll call you a light dude.
Okay. Well, okay. From your described, yes, because he's not. Andrew Tate is. Marvin Hagler was darker than Andrew Tate and Leonard.
Andrew Tate's considered high yellow.
He's considered high yellow.
High yellow. You got high yellow. You got red bones, and then you got that caramel stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Who do we consider red bone as a guy then?
That's a pause, but a red fox.
Red fox.
Red fox had that red. No. I said he was. You say you're red bone.
Red bone.
Yeah, he was. They call him red bones because they got a red tint to him. Hence, Malcolm X had that red tint to him.
Well, then that must mean that Paul Mooney was red bone too.
He was a red bone. He was a red tint. And that's
that's new. I would consider what's the dude, the light skinned dude that played on that doctor show on ER with the bright eyes? that made those
about the CSI dude?
That Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? He's high yellow. He's a red bone. But he black. But he's a red bone. I mean, you know, pause, because we call normally chicks the red bones, but you know, he's considered that. You know, he's the same color as Tate to me. The ones that you know got a white mom for sure, just by looking at them, by just off the strength of looking at them, like, yeah, he got a white mom or dad, but he black though. His dad dark skinned like me. You know.
So correct me if I'm wrong, because you all are my elders, but I heard this from some of my elders from the country, and they told me a yellow bone was somebody who was light skinned with a yellow tint to him. A red bone was somebody light skinned who had that red tint to them. So they might have like a little orange glow to them or something. That was considered a red bone. This is just what I've heard.
Red bone and yellow bones is the same text. It's all in one. So if you say yellow bone or red, you still saying light bright.
Yeah. But they was from talking to my OGs, they was just being specific. Oh no, that ain't no yellow young blood. That's a red bone right there. Look, she got that little tint to her. I'm like, oh, okay, you let me know. This is what I'm hearing, right? This from my side, and you know, they did what they did. And this
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of visual, like the El DeBarge. We're gonna go from the 80s, El DeBarge. El DeBarge he's not yellow. He's not yellow, he's light skinned. He ain't yellow though. He ain't a yellow bone. Andrew Tate's a yellow bone. He's a yellow bone.
You wouldn't put El DeBarge?
No, not yellow. He's light skinned. He's light skinned. He's not yellow bone.
Oh wow. Okay.
Nah, but Andrew Tate, you look at he's yellow bone. Yellow, banana color. Banana color. waffle color. Waffle. That's why I call banana and waffle color. Like Eric. You know hood. Eric.
So what is Ice Cube then? What is Ice Cube?
Caramel. Black.
See, I'm a caramel nigga. I'm a caramel.
Yeah, Ice Cube is him and
Blueface. What's Blueface? I'm Blueface's color.
Caramel.
And light skin nigga.
But Blueface, when you look at, he could have a white mama.
Yeah, matter of fact, I'm this nigga's complexion right here. In the summertime, I look just like this nigga right here.
You got that hat and the smile too.
And I look just like this nigga, bro.
Every time I see that picture, I laugh. Every time.
Dr. Hill be smiling like that after he hit that exotic.
Man, what's up?
and while we're at it,
good, man.
And while we're at it with the picture that he posted up of my guy and the 45K, listen, the niggas with 45K is still pulling chicks.
Man, niggas with 45K is running the country, man.
What the fuck? But they will have you believe, these chicks have you believe we ain't fucking with no dude that don't make over 45.
Well, that's when they get up on this YouTube and the motherfuckers be all on these panels and shit talking all this make-believe bullshit. Yeah. There's a market for make-believe shit.
Yeah.
You know, they got books that you could go buy. People spend thousands and thousands of hours out of their time reading some make-believe ass bullshit.
Oh,
so there's a big market for that make-believe shit.
You finna call the nigga that's under 45K soon as you get off the fucking
Well, they
floor.
getting on these panels talking about, oh, a man that worries about what a woman's making, he's a beta male, or you know.
Please.
Hey, I'm trying to put mine in the position as to that she's winning. Like, hey, man, what you think about that business? You know, what you think about that? You know, I think you'd be good at that because I saw the strengths in her when I first met her. It's like, okay. Yeah, she probably be good at that. Rather if I said it or anything, be like, yeah, she probably be real good at real estate or, you know, all the little shit that females could do anything, right? You're not going to get me in this argument, right? But, you know, that females could do. And it looks good on them. That type of shit looks good on them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So this make believe shit is crazy, man.
I'm not gonna. You're never gonna get me to be the type like she better be making less than me. Shit, she can make however more than me
She
that
can
she
make
wants to.
80 times what I make.
Yeah, because I'm gonna get some of it too.
I don't believe that the average black man has got this perception of a woman's got to be making beneath him. That's some bullshit.
Yeah,
it's the YouTube job.
It's the YouTube shit.
These dudes are out here really on that. You know,
I'm just saying, bro. I am the sole owner of the sole income in my house. I'm a 6-figure dude. I have several professions.
Right. That's
I wish my wife made more than me.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man.
Because
it's more. It's more.
What I'm making, bro, it's a struggle, bro.
Right.
Not to tell you one thing, but to survive, I got 3 children. I got a wife. This shit is expensive. I wish my wife.
Yeah.
I told her, man, we had a discussion a couple months ago. And I'm like, she was talking about she was tired, the kids, this, that, and the third. I'm like, yeah, I feel you. I'm like, I wish I could be at home. She's like, shit, I'll go to work. I said, you go home. You go on and make what I'm making. I'm gonna throw a hypothetical number. You go out there. You go make what I'm making an hour. You can find a job right now. I'm like, please tell me, and I will quit my job tomorrow.
I won't stop you.
I will be home. I will do all of this shit that a husband is supposed to do.
Because I'm bonding with my household, and I know how to go out there and get it.
Man. Please,
I know how to go get it. A man knows how to go get it. So if we ain't getting it, we don't mind taking a break. Because look what they say. We only got this man-made 24 hours a day. About 16 of it, you doing work.
I've been working a legal, quote-unquote, taxable job since I was 16 years old. I'm 34. I'll be 35 in May.
Right. You would love to have some balance to where you ain't the load isn't too heavy.
Bro, I got a 10-month-old son that I'm missing out, and I'm his everything. You know what I'm saying?
Working.
I love to be home.
Yeah.
Please.
Mm-hmm.
Find a job right now that's making $200,000. Watch me kick my feet up. I'm a cook every day. Your bath water will be ran when you walk in. All of that. I know how to take that role. Now you can respect me as a man because it's certain things that just is uncompromisable. But outside of that, oh please let me kick my feet up. You would never hear a complaint from me ever.
Why do you think everybody trying to do remote jobs nowadays?
Man,
you know, because people starting to figure out with this man-made 24 hours, Dick Gregory said it best, that we only got 24 hours a day, 8 to 16 of his work. Then you come home, you got about 4, 5 where you get time with your kids or to yourself. Then you sleep, shit, shower, shave, and you right back at it. Where's the bonding?
I'm telling
you. Not unless it's coming from the daycare or the school teachers.
Brother Ray, I sleep on average 4 days out of the week, about 3 hours a day.
Yep, about 3-4 hours on the. That's what most folks nowadays. If you're trying to be building yourself up in your business, you only gonna catch about 3-4 hours of sleep.
Well, I got 2 young babies, so yes, I'm trying to be innovative, but the most important thing right now is them getting those intimate hours with their father, as far as, you know what I'm saying, just really getting to know me, us building that bond, building discipline, you know what I'm saying, communicative skills, all of these things.
But you said they're babies though, right?
Baby, I got a 3-year-old and a 10-month-old.
Okay, I got a 4-year-old. Okay, so a 3-year-old, okay, this bonding time. The baby, okay, still babies, long as you're touching.
My son, he's 10 months old, but if you walked in my crib right now, for one, he's big, and he's got hella personality.
Okay, so he's
already. Now, yeah, he you would think he was at least 1.5 years.
Okay, and that's cool. That means because you're knowledgeable and you still raising them, you know, to be knowledgeable. But you're right though, that intimate bonding time, from my experiences I have 3 of my kids that's not with me because their mothers moved them out of state, as I just closed earlier.
Mhm.
But when I had them, I was able to bond with them so good enough to where it's been 4 years since I've seen my son Sorrel. When he found me on Xbox, okay, he found me, okay.
Probably cried on the game, bro.
Listen, that's a whole listen. I broke down. No, listen. So when he found me, huh? I found you, Dad. I found you.
Yeah.
You know?
Me, Daddy. Yeah.
But I was able to instill into him. He told me, Dad, I remember everything you told me from the day you left. That broke me down. He was only about 4, 5. You get what I'm saying? I remember what you told me that day you left. And I told him, you know, son, this is not me. Never forget I love you. Never forget who your father was, because I knew what was coming from his mother. I knew she was going to take him away from me. But what I've instilled from the time I bonded with them has not been forgotten from him and my oldest daughter.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So it's admirable what you do for them, clothing them and feeding them, but they remember what you bond with them. They remember that what you instill with them.
Those are the non-tangible things.
Nothing,
you know
man. And that broke me down. Like
factor in math, in that math formula, you know, the A squared plus B squared, that pi formula and shit.
Yeah.
You know, it's the unintangible things are the most important things. Kids don't care about the finances.
Right, even though it's important to help them, you know, keep them afloat.
For sure. I gotta keep a roof over their head. Right. I gotta feed them. They have to have certain essentials.
Well, they don't remember. They remember what you instill in them.
Instill, for sure. And this goes back to the point of the average black man is not insecure by their woman making more than them. So when sisters come on platforms and, oh yeah, you know, I want a man, but the average man is intimidated by me. Bitch, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
That's bullshit, and you know it. No, the average man don't want you because of your attitude in your mouth.
That's it. And you feel like you don't need me.
Yeah, you want a man to be subservient to you.
Yeah.
To take a bitch role. And be bro, you gonna walk all over him.
And they don't, and technically they act like they want a dude to be submissive. They don't want no soft ass dude. They don't want no soft ass dude. They want a dude that's commanding. To put them in their place every now and then, or at least to make an attempt to. They don't want no dude they can run over. Unless they can run over their bank account. But they don't want no dude that's a soft dude. Poor, rich, or for anything else, better or worse.
And that bank account nigga is nothing but a trick.
A trick.
Him either.
That's what I said. They'll run over that bank account, but they'll
he's an insecure trick. You know, he's fighting the insecurities that he can't even have this woman without tricking.
Without money.
You know what I'm saying? So that's a battle in itself.
Yeah.
You know, if the woman that you with or the woman that you try to get at, you know they only want to fuck with you because of some fucking money. That's a battle in itself.
Yeah.
Hey, in all true shit, you got to be a balance. You got to be a little Pookie, and you got to be a little bit of Kevin Samuels.
Absolutely. And that's, they like the balance of that. And they consist the balance.
You got to
be affirming as a man. That's why ladies want to go for. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying you got to drop dick off on her, give her a little attitude. You know what I'm saying? Every now and again, walk in with some flowers. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, balance.
That balance
for the woman that deserves that balance. You get what I'm saying? For the woman that, because we know as men, a woman that's valuable to have that balance. You get what I'm saying? Because see, I didn't get with none of my children's mothers with the thought that it wasn't going to work. You get what I'm saying? It just didn't work. It doesn't happen according to plan all the time. But I went in trying to get away from the stigma of the single mom, single dad. Oh, it didn't work out. I'm gone, but I'm going to take care of my kids. I tried to work it out, but I'm a man at the end of the day. So that's where it ended up being. But I tried. I gave almost 5+ years to every single one of them. Every day, 5 years, not on and off, not every other day, every day.
and unfortunately, most most men weren't raised by our fathers, and most women didn't get the game from their fathers. So they don't know how to treat a husband or be a wife to a husband. And most of us men don't know how to spot a woman, you know what I'm saying, based on our father's failures.
The ones that's willing to deal with you with the struggle is the ones I want to keep. I don't want no woman that always want to meet me at the finish line instead of running with me. But you want to meet me at the finish line. You get what I'm saying? If you ain't running these laps with me to where I became the winner in this race, but you just want to meet me at the finish line, I don't want you. Because you got to be able to struggle with me. Because we know the ultimate prize is the money. But if you skipping the whole process just to get to the money, I don't want you. I don't want you. I don't need you. Because we know if you're a nice looking woman like a Brittany or a Rihanna type, and you know all you gotta do is poke your booty out, go, cop a smile, stick your chest out to get by. We can't do that. Men can't do that. We can't stick our dick out. Go ahead. We can't stick our dick out and get away with a traffic ticket.
Yeah,
we can show our dick print, but that ain't you still gotta be incognito about that. So we don't got that power like that. If we did, look, if Eve so and so didn't bite the apple, we all be out here naked. We all be out here naked, judging each other's dick size and coochie lips and sagging titties, all that.
Roast beef and all that.
All that. All that.
Roast beef and everything, huh?
You'd be like, damn, I thought she had body. She had body with clothes on.
To that
she roast pull her stomach out the leggings.
To that motherfucking roast beef, that 3 inches of roast beef hang out that motherfucker.
That extra stomach under the stomach. You get what I'm saying? That you don't see until they unbutton the pants.
You can't win in this world, man. You can't.
Unless you unbutton the pants, that extra stomach don't come out. But again, what dudes is focusing on the belly button?
Let's see what they focus on.
They don't respect at that level. And it's kind of like going to a car dealership. You walk in there, if you want reliability, you can get a Nissan. But if you want to get a Ferrari, it comes with headaches. It's going to come with problems. So when girls say to me, "Oh, you know what, Andrew, you should be loyal to that," men like me don't have to be, and you know that. So why the fuck are you here trying to tell me what to do? Because you know I don't have to be loyal, and all the girls I'm fucking don't have to be loyal.
He said it. I don't have to be loyal to you.
Everyone knew from ground up day one it was never going to ever fucking happen, and you're still here.
I think
you're still texting.
They're going to be the one that changes you.
Well, no, yeah, of course they are.
That's the biggest mistake that girls make.
So whose fault is this? This is the female decision. They sit there and decide, no, I want this. Cool, then you're going to have to accept. He ain't going to be loyal to you. He's barely going to reply to you. That's the game.
They like being cheated. I swear to God, this show has made me believe. I think women like to be cheated on.
I don't.
I swear to God, no, because all y'all ever talk about is your exes that cheated on you. That's all y'all ever talk about. And it's like
only talks about that.
The regular women that are on there.
The women that come on the show.
Oh, good thing I'm irregular and extraordinaire.
But do you not think it's because we're not holding men accountable? So when a man, because he's a top G, cheats on a woman, it's like, well, what do you expect? When you should actually turn around and say,
accountable for his natural evolutionary biology.
Is cheating morally correct?
Yes.
Depends.
Yes.
How can you say that? Are you joking?
Okay with your
I just said it was.
He'd be popping it, man.
I just said the average. I said most men, 90% of men are cheaters. In the concept of relationships.
Well, I think that term was probably just used to shame men for
doing what we do naturally.
Exactly.
Genghis Khan, bro, y'all know Genghis Khan, right? The leader of the Mongolian army. He is the father of 18% of the population in all of Mongolia. They all carry his Y chromosome, 18% of the population. One man.
So he was out there stroking.
30 million people carry his DNA.
That boy was in there stroking.
And a woman go tell me it's ungodly to not sleep with only her. What? No, it's unhumanitarian for me to only want to sleep with a woman. One woman. Are you fucking serious?
Well, I mean, they've domesticated us pretty damn well.
Oh, hell no, not me. I'm primal as hell. Now, I'm domesticated in my interfacing with my woman, but I'm primal in the way I exercise things. And I think most men are primal in that.
Well, just like a animal, let's say this animal wants to run free and just do whatever the fuck it wants to do, but then you're trying to domesticate him and turn him into something that, but deep down inside, like he will do the little thing, but deep down inside, he wants to run around and do whatever the fuck he wants to do. Like that's what he would rather do.
Yes, we just got to be more honest. And I think that when we do, like for myself, the older I get, I'm only 34. I've been with my wife for 15 years now. But the older I get, the more honest I become. And I find the more honest I become, the more she loves me. And that's how I know this is by the grace of the ancestors. I was lucky enough to find a woman who rocked with me at a young age. Now, I did pick up on the keys from the OGs around me from their failed relationships. So I came in there in my relationship with my girl with a checkoff list of things that I wasn't accepting and things I was tolerable of.
Right.
But I think the importance of men being focal points in their children's life, by proxy, becoming community focal points, because like I said, our children have kids. So we become the figureheads to these children who don't have men around. We get to impart that game. Our failures.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Your woman cheating on you then?
Absolutely not. That's her.
No, because
it's a wrap when she cheats on you, but you can cheat on her.
There has not been in the history of humanity, across any culture, any book, any story, any fable, there has never been across the history of humanity any respect put on the name of a promiscuous female ever.
Until today. I think he's wrong. I think today, in today's age, they're putting a lot of respect on promiscuous women. And that's what they're trying to push. That's why these Brittany Renners are getting their traction and everything. And you know what I'm saying? Cardi B gets to run around and say whatever she wants. They got the new one, Gorillo. She's running around talking just reckless, and she's a promiscuous woman. They're really trying to turn the dial. That's where I come in at, to balance this shit back off. Nah, we're ping-ponging this shit. Brittany Renner, yeah, she looks good. She got enough miles. You don't want to keep that. You don't. She got a baby's dad with somebody else. She's got tons and tons of miles. She's not going to sit there and struggle with you for 1 minute. I doubt it. If she'll sit there and sit there with the struggle with you for a long period of time, she's going to be out of there.
Ever. You name the biggest conquerors that you can possibly name from history. Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great, all of them. They all had 100 wives, bunch of children, big G, conquered the world. Normal. That is normal evolutionary biology. That's how men are designed to be. There's never been a single female who's been celebrated for her promiscuity ever in history. It's always been frowned upon and disgusting. So yes, we are completely and utterly different. Yes, it's different if a woman cheats on a man. And if a man is at a complete top level of his life and
Brittany Renner sitting over there like, damn, because she thought that just because she goes and fuck all these dudes, that's her status. When she wakes up, you know, she thinks it's a game. But really deep down inside, guys can't stand that type of shit. And they'll fuck with you just on some, you know, kick it shit, fuck with you shit. Yeah, you could come in, you know, for a temporary time, but when your time is up, yeah, it's over. It's over with. And women all the time, they say, but you guys look at the Instagram thoughts and you look at this and they think that those women are winning, but really those women are getting thrown back to the wolves all the time. Like you see Brittany Renner right here. She gets thrown back to the wolves all the time. Nobody has said, you know what? I'm going to stick this out no matter what. Even though everywhere we go, there's somebody that you fucked and I'm going to be embarrassed behind this shit. You know, even though nobody's going to say that you're wholesome. When we go meet with other friends and stuff, when we do double dates and stuff, you know, his bitch don't got as much miles as you. You're the only one with just a substantial amount of fucking miles.
Bitch got a 10K on her.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
And can I even put perspective on that, Dr. Hood?
Nah, go ahead.
Hey, as a man, if I got 15 women and I got all of them pregnant, who's the father?
You.
If a woman is pregnant and she got 15 niggas, who's the father?
Shit, we don't know.
Get out of here!
No, back. I mean, we're gonna be looking at the nose and the eyes and the forehead and the color of the hair and shit. You know, it's gonna be a lot of discrepancies. You know, that's another thing. You know, you put one man with 15 women on the earth and the world to be just fine. You know what I'm saying? But you put 15 men with one woman, we're in trouble. You see what I'm saying? The population I'm speaking on, you know.
Man, that's it, bro. We all going to war over that one woman. May the last man stand.
She ain't gonna be enough. She gonna produce.
That's what I'm saying.
9 kids in her lifetime.
In her lifetime, whereas that one man can impregnate all 15 women and create enough genetic diversity to where the humanity can go on.
Man, you know, so that's that. I mean, we don't even need to argue that, but they've backed us into the corner to where society wants men to be a certain way. I get it. They shame us for this, and it's called cheating and shit. They make it a show called Cheaters. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. They shame people for doing what their body calls them to do. You know, like if I only saw my girl as the only attractive woman in the world, then the population will be in trouble. You know what I'm saying? But you got to see multiple women as attractive, as many as possible, so that you can step to one of them or two of them and impregnate them eventually or whatever, however it happens, if it's an accident or whatever the fuck. You know, it has to happen, you know, for life to continue. You know, you have to think women are hot. You know, you can't get around it.
Ticks every single box. And if he decides to be loyal, which some do, and I can be loyal and I have been loyal, but there's also times in my life where I think, fuck it, I don't want to be, and get a new girlfriend every single day of the week. I can do that, and I can decide to do that. If a woman decides to do the same, purely because her value is high enough to attract so many males, because she's beautiful, for example, it is completely different. And I'm going to explain to you why it's completely different. So buckle up. It's different. It's different. It's different. Well, I'll tell you why. It is impossible for a female to be promiscuous on a long enough period of time without devaluing herself, because she is fucking people she shouldn't be fucking. There's no way she is sleeping with endless men, and all of them are either high-value men or treating her the way she should be treated. If you find a woman who slept with 50, 100 dudes, she's either fucking dudes which aren't at her level or haven't worked hard enough to try and get the pussy. She was just too drunk to realize he's a loser who plays video games. Or she's fucking a top G who barely texts her back. So either way, she's fucking dudes she shouldn't be fucking, or a guy who's at the level who doesn't give her the right amount of attention. For a woman to find a guy who's truly on a level, who truly treats her the way she should be treated, that's once every couple years, if that. You ain't just going to go out there fucking a new dude every week and say, yeah, he's worth pussy. Yeah, he treats me good enough to get my pussy. Da-da-da. And you know what's funny about the universe? It's actually beautiful about the universe because it's equal and opposite forces. When you devalue yourself, it's kind of like men can smell it on you. They can just look at a bitch and go, oh.
Exactly.
And that's the way it works. So you have to be very careful as a female and sit and go, does this man truly deserve to fuck me? And if you think about it, the answer 99% of the time, especially if you're promiscuous, is no. So when a woman is sleeping around with all these men, she's devaluing herself. She's devaluing herself, and the world knows, God knows, the universe knows. When a man does it, he doesn't devalue himself at all. That's just the way it works.
Can I ask you a question? Wait, Esther, 1 second. So may I ask
And they're going to have that pushback. They're going to have
if a woman
pushback.
now is married to 2 men?
Because they all guilty.
Why?
No, I'll tell you why. Let's talk about this. What is the difference between a man, let's say me, I have 4 wives, right? What's the difference between a man having 4 wives and a woman having 4 men?
You can impregnate the 4 wives at the same time.
You can impregnate the 4 wives at the same time, and we know who the parents are, right? So let's say you had 4 pregnancies, you know who the mother is because she's carrying the baby, and you know who the dad is, top G. If you had a woman with 4 men and she gets pregnant, who's the parents?
What about if?
No, I'm asking.
Okay,
Do you know?
I asked, what if they're different races?
Answer
one white,
the
one black.
question.
Then we got to wait till the motherfucker comes out.
Hey, Dr. Hood, did they steal my premise?
Maybe fix that for you, but that doesn't mean it's not wrong in the eyes of God. The idea of having a family, the idea of a child being born, one of the baselines for a new life to come onto this planet is for at least to understand who the 2 people who made it are. At least, if you have a woman fucking 4 dudes, you don't even know who got her pregnant.
So may I just say,
disgusting.
Wait,
It's
Have
disgusting.
you seen the twins that had 2 different dads?
Oh, yeah, I saw that. May I just say something then? So if that is the case, if the one thing that you're meant to have is you, at least you know who the 2 people that put that child on earth are, then that's why promiscuity for men is also a problem, because they get women pregnant. Sometimes they don't even know they have children. That's haram, no?
No, it's completely different. It's different because you have to understand, I'm talking about humans. You look at humans from a societal perspective, but society has changed, right? So let's say 200-300 years ago, if a woman got pregnant, she needed a man to survive. If that man didn't take care of her during pregnancy, she was going to die. She couldn't work a job. She couldn't hunt.
We're going to take a
fish,
little
whatever,
break.
right? A woman literally needed that man for survival. So if you were to come to me and say I'm pregnant, but you've been fucked by 4 different dudes, I'd be like, who says it's mine? Why am I looking at her? None of them look after her. She will literally perish.
Drop too fast, move too fast, live too fast, ain't no such thing as too fast.
Money's always on my mind, so I'ma get it. And if it makes sense, then you know I'm down with it. Cause people say I try too fast, too fast, live too fast, ain't no such thing as too fast. I got it coming in like Usain Bolt. You want that dope? You gon' get what you pay for. Telling me I move fast, but I think you move slow. Time waits for no man. Gotta get that new dough. Just dropped off the last batch. I got a new loaf. Had to double back cause he called it needed 2 more. Maybe I be driving too fast for that guap. It's coming in too fast. I pray it don't stop. Cause I was on the bottom. Gotta climb to the top. Used to rock hand-me-downs. Now I'm handy on the block. I came up off the rock like Sean. I'm a whole lobster, y'all prawns. You fucking with a king, y'all ponds. And for that 25, you get that Barry Bonds. Cause people say I try too fast, too fast, live too fast, ain't no such thing as too fast. Money's always on my mind, so I'ma get it. And if it makes sense, then you know I'm down with it. Cause people say I try too fast, move too fast, live too fast, ain't no such thing as too fast. I got it coming in like Usain Bolt. You want that dope? You gon' get what you pay for. Hey, move, bitch, get up out my way like Luda. Carpool lane by myself for the Gouda. One twitch, you could get black by a shooter. Real fast, come up in your house like an intruder. Drive 110 in the 60. Hand over that money first, you ain't about to jit me. Gotta keep that blick on my lap cause it get tricky. Keep both eyes open in these streets cause it get iffy. I need them blue avatars. Nigga, what you travel for? I was moving fast, shopping in that travel lodge. Or that days in, waiting till them days in. I'm blessed I made it this far, this shit's amazing. But people say I drive too fast, move too fast, live too fast, ain't no such thing as too fast. Money's always on my mind, so I'ma get it. And if it makes sense, then you know I'm down with it. Cause people say I drive too fast, move too fast, live too fast, ain't no such thing as too fast. I got it coming in like Usain Bolt. You want that dope? You gon' get what you pay for.
Drop too fast, move too fast, live too fast, ain't no such thing as too fast.
Drop fast, move too live too fast, ain't no such thing too fast. Drop fast, move too, live too fast. Ain't no such thing too fast for me.
Drop too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast.
Money's always on my mind, so I'ma get it. And if it makes sense, then you know I'm down with it. Cause people say I drive too fast, too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. I got it coming in like Usain Bolt. You want that dope? You gon' get what you pay for. Telling me I move fast, but I think you move slow. Time waits for no man. Gotta get that new dough. Just dropped off the last batch. I got a new loaf. Had to double back cause he called and needed 2 more. Maybe I be driving too fast for that guap. It's coming in too fast. I pray it don't stop. Cause I was on the bottom. Gotta climb to the top. Used to rock hand-me-downs. Now I'm handy on the block. I came up off the rock like Sean. I'm a whole lobster, y'all prawns. You fucking with a king, y'all pawns. And for that 25, you get that Barry Bonds. Cause people say I drive too fast, too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. Money's always on my mind, so I'ma get it. And if it makes sense, then you know I'm down with it. Cause people say I drive too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. I got it coming in like Usain Bolt. You want that dope? You gon' get what you pay for. Hey, move, bitch. Get up out my way like Luda. Carpool lane by myself for the Gouda. One twitch, you could get black by a shooter. Real fast, come up in your house like an intruder. Drive 110 in the 60. Hand over that money first, you ain't about to jit me. Gotta keep that blick on my lap cause it get tricky. Keep both eyes open in these streets cause it get iffy. I need them blue avatars. Nigga, what you travel for? I was moving fast, shopping in that travel lodge. Or that day's in, waiting till them days in. I'm blessed I made it this far, this shit's amazing. But people say I drive too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. Money's always on my mind, so I'ma get it. And if it makes sense, then you know I'm down with it. Cause people say I drive too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. I got it coming in like Usain Bolt. You want that dope? You gon' get what you pay for.
Drop too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast.
Drop fast, move too, live too fast. Ain't no such thing too fast for me. Drop fast, move too, live too fast. Ain't no such thing too fast for me.
Yeah.
Drop too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't
Dr.
no
Hood, we back.
such thing as too fast.
Money's always on my mind, so I'ma get it. And if it makes sense, then you know I'm down with it. Cause people say I drive too fast.
Subscribe to the channel.
Ain't no such thing as too fast. I got it coming in like Usain Bolt.
Hit the like button.
You gon' get what you pay for. Telling me I move fast, but I think you move slow. Time waits for no man. Gotta get that new dough. Just dropped off the last batch. I got a new loaf. Had to double back cause he called and needed 2 more. Maybe I be driving too fast for that guap. It's coming in too fast. I pray it don't stop. Cause I was on the bottom. Gotta climb to the top. Used to rock hand-me-downs. Now I'm handy on the block. I came up off the rock like Sean. I'm a whole lobster, y'all prawns. You fucking with a king, y'all pawns. And for that 25, you get that Barry Bonds. Cause people say I drive too fast, too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. Money's always on my mind, so I'ma get it. And if it makes sense, then you know I'm down with it. Cause people say I drive too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. I got it coming in like Usain Bolt. You want that dope? You gon' get what you pay for. Hey, move, bitch. Get up out my way like Luda. Carpool lane by myself for the Gouda. One twitch.
We in here.
Get black by a shooter. Real fast, come up in your house like an intruder. Drive 110 in the 60. Hand over that money first, you ain't about to jit me. Gotta keep that blick on my lap cause it get tricky. Keep both eyes open in these streets cause it get iffy. I need them blue avatars. Nigga, what you travel for? I was moving fast, trapping in that travel lodge. Or that day's in, waiting till them days in. I'm blessed I made it this far, this shit's amazing. But people say I drive too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. Money's always on my mind, so I'ma get it. And if it makes sense, then you know I'm down with it. Cause people say I drive too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast. I got it coming in like Usain Bolt. You want that dope? You gon' get what you pay for.
Yeah. Drive too fast, move too fast, live too fast. Ain't no such thing as too fast.
Drop fast, move too, live too fast. Ain't no such thing too fast.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what it is. You know what it is already.
This is why in most of the world today, still today, virginity is so coveted. And throughout all of history, it's been so coveted because that's the only way to ensure paternity. She's a virgin. I know that's my baby. She ain't a virgin. Prove it's mine. Outside of this modern science bullshit, Shaitan, the devil we have here in the West, in most of the world today, without virginity or at least a low body count or at least anti-promiscuity, you can't tell that that's your baby. So it's a completely different thing. You're looking at the idea of a woman being pregnant and coming to a group of men saying, one of you has to take care of me and put up with me when I'm fat and moody and annoying and I need my bills paid. And all the men are going to sit there and go, no, fuck no, prove it's mine. You can't prove it. Bounce. Where it's different. If I get 4 women pregnant, we know the deal.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So obviously back then to survive, a woman needed a man. Otherwise, when they were pregnant, they could die and all of these things, they would perish. In today's society, given evolution, given the fact that as women we can go and get, yeah, but I'm not saying that. Isn't there a glitch between what is actually happening and the nature of what we have in our bodies? I think that's probably the conflict that we're having right now.
Glitch in what way?
In the sense that women don't feel like they need men in the most physical sense, perhaps
that's
like
right.
naturally.
It's very interesting. Women don't feel like they need men in a physical sense because life is soft, but it's bullshit. And it's bullshit because you still need men by proxy, one. And two, the second life gets difficult, you very quickly learn how much you need men. But women will go, I'm independent, I don't need no man because I have an OnlyFans and men pay my OnlyFans. And if anyone comes up to me, I'll call a male police officer. I don't need men. Shut up, you fucking idiot. Of course you do. Because man, your whole life is based on fucking men. The road you're driving on was paved by a man. The house you're living in was built by a man. The car you're driving was designed by a man. Your whole life depends on men. And the second anything bad were to happen to you, the second you were physically threatened, or times were to get hard, or war were to start, or famine, or riots, the first thing you do is find a big strong man, shit yourself, and throw the feminism out the window. Feminism goes out the fucking window the second that the snow needs shoveling, or there's a fucking broken down car, or the tire needs changing, and all that crap vanishes. It's garbage. And this is the very interesting thing. I'll make a point here, which will get me canceled again, but I don't give a fuck. But this is the point. Feminism in and of itself can't be defended. Any idea, the point of an idea is that it can be defended by the people who believe in it. This has been the whole point of war since the dawn of time. It doesn't matter if it was the Christians against the Hindus, doesn't matter if it was the Germans against the French. There were people who had ideas and ideologies, and they're prepared to fight each other to defend their ideology. Feminism is an ideology which cannot be defended by feminists. The only people who can defend feminism are the men who subscribe to the garbage. If all the feminists were to get in a line and say, we want feminism, and the conservative men were to get in a line, you would learn very quickly it's bullshit. I had a friend in Afghanistan when Taliban kicked America out. And he told me, Americans were telling the girls they could go to school. So they built all these girls' schools, and they put the Afghanistan Defense Forces there, and they funded the Afghanistan Defense Forces to protect these schools. You had American satellites, you had night vision goggles. Taliban were afraid to attack. America leaves. Now you have Afghani Defense Forces. They're basically flying. They don't have satellites. They don't have night vision, whatever. Now it's a real war. The men are standing next to this girls' school. The Taliban are coming. There's some dudes standing there. You look at this girls' school going, I don't really want this girls' school. And you didn't fight. So that's why they all gave up and Taliban took over so quickly. When I said this, the girls like, yeah, they should have fought for us, feminism. How do you believe in that? Oh, like the women can't defend their own idea. You need men to defend feminism. That's why the whole thing is stupid. The second men don't defend it, it fails its fucking ideology. It's garbage.
Now, so this is the thing. This is the thing that women don't have physical or mental ability to do war. Wait, this is the thing when you find a lot of women come and you start, I'm Angolan, wait, I'm Angolan, wait, I'm Angolan, and well, that's what people are wanting. Then let me tell you,
Who wants
auntie,
to normalize equality? People like, oh, feminist.
no, I should know equality. I want respect. That's really
No,
what I
you
want.
stop me from getting respect.
No,
I get respect.
I get respect. I get respect. That's
You
what I
just
want.
said you want respect.
What I think.
You never know what you
I'll
want.
tell you what I
You don't know
want.
what you want.
As a woman, I carry myself differently.
You carry yourself differently. Let's hear this.
Hold I hold it. So when you see me, I don't any of those. So when you see me, I don't take it.
I tell you.
And I'll tell you something. A lot of women, they have that. And the reason why, and I'll, for example, I need a man, for example, to procreate. Other than that, I'm quite strong. And I always
Okay, so she feels like she only needs a man to procreate, and that's it. And she's confident with her stance, let alone she's single right now, right? Okay, so how is that working out for you? That's the question that you got to ask yourself. Just like a guy, if he goes out here, he can't get a woman, then he has to ask himself, what is it?
With that mentality, what would you demand of me for me then?
What would you do if one of these security guards broke into your door?
What would I do? Okay, I'll tell you.
What would you do? What would you do? No, seriously, there's no guns here.
She's a feminist.
I'll tell you. No, I'm not a feminist.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Motherfuckers broke into your shit. Leaves you vulnerable. And what are you gonna do instead of talking all this crazy shit?
I'm not a feminist. I'm a bit smarter. Either I play dead. One.
You'll play dead.
Yeah.
Okay, they see you're not dead.
It's okay.
They
No,
see
I'd
you
be like
breathing.
this, and then if not, maybe I would kind of like be very gentle and comply to find a way to get out of it.
so
If they want to come and kill me, there's not much that many people
But
can
let's
do.
make an important point. You're talking about equality equaling respect. The way you get respect as a woman is by being feminine. There's nothing, we can be equal and very, very different. I'm not saying that there's not equality, but you've confused equality with the same. You can be equal with
Equity.
completely different things. You can have a bishop and a knight on a chessboard. They're equal in terms of points, but they do different things, right? A woman can have equal respect to a man if she is very good at being a woman, and a man gets respect for being very good at being a man. When a woman decides she wants to act like a man, or a man wants to act like a woman, that's where all gets fucked up. We try and pretend it's all the same. It's not the same. Men and women are good at different things. We have different strengths, different weaknesses. There's nothing wrong with accepting that. There's nothing wrong with saying, I'm a woman, I'm good at X, he's a man, he's good at Y. Then we work together as a team, we have a beautiful family, we're happy forever. It's only confused where you have women who sit and go, no, because in the name of equality, we can fight and work. There's no fucking women on the front line in Ukraine. That is psyop bullshit. They put some chick there dancing around doing Pokemon dances to try and convince men to go fucking die in a ditch. It's garbage.
Right. It's all a fucking smoke screen.
You go to the front line of Ukraine right now, you do not see women in their makeup and their manicures. You see fucking men in the freezing cold dying. You know where the women are? Dubai, chilling. That's where the women are. So to sit and pretend that women are just as capable physically as men is a fucking lie. It's delusion. To say that you're as strong as men is delusion. You are good at other things. You're better than men at a lot of things, but it's not the physical world. And the unfortunate reality about life, this is what we're saying when I was saying earlier that feminism goes out the window when things get hard. The harder the world gets, the closer it gets to the baseline of humanity. The unfortunate baseline of humanity is violence.
Yeah.
That's what happens when if all the electricity were to go out and all the police were to quit, this would become a violent place very quickly, and there would be fucking zero feminists left. Zero. You would all need men. That's the bottom line of reality. That's the bottom line. So you have to understand as a woman and say, okay, I need a man who's good at being a man.
But no one's saying that we don't need men in society. Of course we do. We're talking about relationships. Yeah, you're strong, but the thing is, I can live my life as a woman and not need a man.
What's a woman?
Oh, Pearl, stop
like
it.
in my day-to-day life, I don't need a man to fix my car. I'll just go to the mechanic.
But listen, right?
But
is the mechanic a man or a woman?
No. I'm saying yes, we need men in society, but in relationships, the only reason I actually need you is because I want you. I don't actually need you.
Do you know what?
I need you to procreate. Yes, I agree. But the thing is, I don't need you in my day-to-day life.
What if someone breaks into your house?
I'll just call the police.
Okay, what if they don't come? What if the average
Play
in
dead.
The US it takes like 15
and give them everything.
In the US it takes like 15 minutes for them to get there.
But that's not realistic. That doesn't happen on a day-to-day life.
These two guys in your house, what are you doing?
But that's not realistic. I've not had any man break into my house on a day-to-day. It doesn't happen.
The point is,
so let's be realistic now.
I know what you're saying.
Hey, Dr. Hood.
when we're talking about feminism, feminism as a whole.
What percentage of the police force is men?
As procreation, I don't.
A huge portion.
So she's saying she don't. You saying you need men though?
Society, you are needed. I agree.
Okay,
of course, we need you.
Of course. So you're talking about being with a man because you want to. So my question to you is, why would you want to be with a man?
Why would a man want to be with you?
Because they're sexy.
Like,
I feel like because of the
Because they got something between their legs.
Like it, but it's not all about dick. What I'm trying to say is that in a good relationship, right, one that works, there's blue jobs and there's pink jobs, right? And that's the problem that women have got.
If you want to be healthier, you've got to get cassava.
I started cassava a month ago because I was eating poorly and I knew I could do better.
I'm really conscious about my nutrition, and cassava makes my life so much easier.
I love how I get all these great superfoods that would be impossible to gather myself.
Cassava is my secret for staying healthy.
It really helps control my craving, so I don't eat junk anymore.
It's the perfect meal replacement. You don't want to make regrettable food choices when you're doing so well.
I use cassava once a day for breakfast or lunch, and I feel great.
I've tried every shake out there, and cassava is hands down the best.
I highly recommend cassava if you're a busy parent.
To my family, my friends,
and colleagues.
It's really so convenient, but tastes good at the same time.
Click the link and start today.
All right, so here's a quick quiz. Which one of the following foods is absolutely killing your testosterone levels? Eggs, flaxseed, milk, bananas, asparagus, oatmeal, or chicken? And I know all those foods sound healthy, but the truth is one of them is completely destroying your manhood. And I'll tell you which one it is in just a few minutes, plus 3 more testosterone killing foods that are probably in your kitchen right now.
You're jacked now.
Oh, geez. They don't want to be doing no pink jobs.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about relationships. Why do you need a man in a relationship?
Fuck them ads.
Because you want a partner.
Which companionship, friendship, romantic love, things that you can't get by yourself.
Like you want to go on dates with him. It's not about I need someone to fix my car. Like go to a mechanic. You're not safe. Call the police.
Not
like
true.
it's not
What about a father to your kid?
This broad is delusional, bro.
Everything she just said was needing of a man.
Right. Like, what are you talking about? And then you need to go fuck off. Women just, their idea of a perfect life is just fucking off money. You know what I'm saying? Going to do this, going to do that, go out to eat, going to do this. You know, fucking off money is the thing that they really want to do. You got to be careful, man. They'll fuck your money off, man, quick. And then they won't fuck with you. They'll go fuck with somebody else. So it's like, why fuck it off with them anyway? If you're not here for the long haul, you're not here for the legacy, then bend over and get the fuck out of here. You know, we could keep this shit simple. It could be real simple between man and woman.
Kids. You don't think your kids
exactly.
don't need a dad?
I definitely want that. These are the stuff. This is the reason I need a man. I agree.
Wait. It's not that you want it. You need it.
I agree. And these are the stuff that I need in a man. But it's like at the end of the day, it's not like I completely need you.
But the whole point is if the lights went out tomorrow, you would need a man.
In society, agree.
Why do we act like women are so useless?
It's not that
I can change a tire.
No, I'm saying if the lights went out tomorrow, you would need someone to protect you. You
yes,
would.
Of course. In society, not my boyfriend.
I'll go underground.
Like, half of my exes can't even do anything.
That's actually another.
And that's her choice that she chose to fuck with dudes that couldn't do anything, and that's supposed to be everybody else's fucking problem. I get it, man.
Problem. A lot of men can't do much.
Do you know what I mean?
Not everybody's strong.
In this day and age, guys can't even fit a tire.
You cannot. No.
Women can't cook.
Not true, my sister.
But I can cook.
And the thing is, speak to your brothers. They don't know how to do nothing.
I'm not even saying.
Guys.
Can I just say something?
We have to do one at a time.
Can I just say something? This is why you can't blame all men for your poor choices. You can't say, I'm talking to both of you because you're saying, yeah, my man can't do this, my man can't do that. What? And you want to settle down. Why would you go and choose a man that can't do these things that you wanted them to do?
Because
my man could do all the blue jobs.
I need a man.
Because
that
most
is
men grow up with a
all the blue
PlayStation
jobs.
instead. Most men grow up with a PlayStation
It's the men
and
that you're
porn and
choosing.
things.
And those are the men that you're choosing. Then you get up on these platforms, you guys talk shit about them. This is what happens with the modern woman.
No, that's the truth.
It's
speak
not.
Speak for yourself.
Speak for yourself.
That's the man you
Listen,
pick.
I'm sorry, I don't need a mechanic
Just
as my
saying.
boyfriend.
You know what?
I need a father to my children. I don't need.
Do you know something, right? She needs a
police
father. Hang on a minute.
officer.
She needs a father for her children, right? So she's
Yeah.
gonna go out there, right? And you're gonna buy your child an electric car. You're gonna go and buy your child a bicycle. Who the hell's gonna put on the bicycle and fix the electric car? Who's gonna do it?
You got YouTube. I know how to do these
Bro,
things. I fixed the battery before.
Why
I
do you need
fixed
a
the
man?
battery.
If you can do everything yourself, go and get some sperm donor or something because you obviously don't need a man.
That's
Because-
the future, I
And
think,
the thing
you
is,
know?
that's the future for who?
No, of
That's
my
the problem.
society.
Because at the end of the day, right,
What
listen,
year are you
Of
living in?
society. That's the future. Right. They're gonna stop niggas like me from fucking, and everybody's gonna get sperm donors. That sounds logical.
The
What
year that
year
you
are
supposed
you
to be
living
living
in?
because hang on a
You
minute.
act like
Wait,
we are in the Stone Age.
Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking, right? Now you got a man, right? And you've been busy all day, right? And you're in your bed at 1 o'clock in the morning, and your man comes in with all of his friends and said, "Oh, babes, all the friends are here. They're hungry. What you gonna do?"
Yeah, I'll cook for my man. I'm a traditional woman in that aspect.
In what
I love
aspect?
to cook
Why
for my
is
man.
it that when people start cooking, they think that cooking is traditional? It's everything. It's not just about cooking.
But-
They always say,
Wait,
"Oh,
I have a
I
question,
cook
I
for
have a
my man,
question,
so
I
I'm
have a question,
traditional."
I have a
No,
question.
no,
I have a
but the
question.
point is,
Wait.
I don't-
I have a question. Are you virgin? You're traditional. You're virgin.
Are you a virgin?
I
that's
said in that aspect. I'm not gonna comment on me being a virgin or not. But what I'm gonna say is,
You're not. I'll answer that for you. You're not.
every human being should be able to cook.
She's a
Man or
hybrid
woman.
of tradition and
I'm a person
modernization.
that survives. You know, I need to cook to
Right.
survive.
Can I ask Mr. Tate something, right? Right, I'm gonna ask you something.
Sure.
Right, because I can't. I don't like bullshit, right? And there's some people that I can't
Why are you
even
so
bear talking
excited,
to, right?
man?
So I'm gonna talk to him because so far he's talking sense.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's
You're
giving
welcome.
pick me.
Right. Who said pick me? Listen, who just said pick me?
They want me. Don't look
No,
at
who
me.
did-
oh.
did you
I
say
said
pick-
it. I said
did
it.
you say
Give
pick
him
me?
pick me.
Give him
Because
pick
we're
me.
having a whole
Listen, right,
conversation.
listen,
And you're
right.
like, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to Mr.
Hang on a
Tate.
minute. Hang on a minute. I've been with my man for 32 years.
Clap for
right?
yourself.
32 years. I don't need to clap for myself because I'm happy. I'm not here. And what I was going to ask him, right, is how would you think a woman? Would you think
Why are you
that
shouting?
woman?
Can you
Would you
calm
think that
down?
woman? Just calm down. I'm loud. I'm naturally. You don't want to hear me shout. Anyway, Mr. Tate, like I was saying before we got rudely interrupted, right? Now, is this your idea of a woman that you think deserves a man? I'm here, single, but I'm looking. I'm here. I'm like taking, if you want to hook me up, let me know. And I just want anybody, but choose. How does that make you feel? What is that kind of woman that you think deserves a man?
Well, he's a top G. You can't be asking him this
But
question
you
about us
top
mere
Gs,
mortals.
isn't it?
We're mere mortals, auntie.
Speak for yourself. I'm no mere mortal.
I'm a mere mortal in his presence.
Because nobody
Come on
above
now.
me.
Which kind of question be that?
Auntie, unlike you, we have options.
I'm a mere mortal.
Unlike you, we have options.
Even
auntie.
this 8.5.
If you have options, then where's your ring?
That is the most
Where's your
stupid thing.
Because I actually can choose. I've not found a man that I don't
Right.
wanna
Where's
be.
your ring? Right. You're blabbling all this shit and you're so fucking relationship experts, which all women are. They're Google experts, relationship experts, victim experts, but they're not an expert at keeping a man. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. Come on.
With. I know your reality is you gotta beg a man to keep you.
Hang on a minute. You said, unlike you, I have options.
We have options. Yeah.
You're out here looking for a man. You're out here saying that you're looking for a
When
man.
did I say I was looking for a man?
Oh my gosh, you was at the advertising when we done the introductions. That's what you said.
I said I was doing
That is what you
interviews.
said.
I didn't say I was going out looking for a man. I said I'm doing
Hang on a
interviews.
minute.
You come to
Listen,
me, I'm gonna decide if I want you.
Mr. Tate, listen to this insult, right? Listen to the insult.
I'm not insulting you.
Hang on, listen. All right,
I'm
then
not
what do you call it?
insulting you.
Sign language. What I'm learning. Sign language. Right? Listen to what she just said to me. Unlike you, I have options. Fucking 32 years. You think I want options? I'm happy with my man.
It's giving you don't really
I'm
have
happy
much
with my man.
options though. Because the way
No,
you're like,
it's not pick me. Auntie, she meant clout. Wait. She meant Esther. I'm sure you didn't mean pick me. You meant clout chaser. Is that what it is?
It doesn't matter. We can go with that too.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to clarify a problem. I was just saying.
Okay,
Because you have totally lost it. Why would I want to have options when I've been in a happy relationship for 32
No,
years?
clout chasers is fans.
It don't make no sense.
I just
You can monetize on YouTube with clout.
Why are you calling her a pick me when you were the one advertising at the beginning of the show?
I said I'm doing interviews. I wasn't advertising nothing.
It's banter.
Wait. You guys understand what an interview means?
Okay.
What is
All
it?
right.
What do you
She's
interview?
being spicy, guys. Stop it.
Auntie had a question for Andrew.
Oh yeah.
What was your question?
Oh, she asked already.
He didn't answer because everybody's too busy jumping. Everybody's too busy jumping in. I already asked, but you're not too busy jumping in and being women.
He's
to be
patient.
listening. So
He's
now
ready to get
now
married.
we can all shut up and let him answer, innit?
I'll answer. Yeah. So to go back to one of my earlier points, firstly, to make it clear in the disagreement, I agree with, of course, I think everyone knows who I agree with. But I do, because you know what it is, though? You know what's actually funny? The things that she's saying are common knowledge 20, 30 years ago. This is how the world functioned. This is how the whole world functioned. The things I say that somehow people believe are controversial are exactly the way the world functioned in like the 90s, the 80s, the 70s. All of the entire period of human history, men had a role of masculinity, women had a role of femininity. We worked as a team. Now the world's come along and they've destroyed and broken everything. And there's this new progressive think and this new generation of women who seem to believe that if we completely fuck it all up, it's going to end up better. And my argument to that is, listen, we went from walking around in fields in small nomadic groups to building cities, to building the pyramids, to going to the moon. We managed to go from a few thousand to billions of people, populate the entire planet, build canals, build skyscrapers, cities. All of this was done based on the back of man being a man, woman being a woman, working together as a family.
And there was no pushback in that situation. But now they figure the technology has got it, and that's what a woman would do. They'll use you until they don't need you anymore. They got all this technology, iPhones, cars that you don't even have to drive. They literally drive themselves. Airplanes, all these cameras and stuff, it's protection. So what do? They forget about all the shit and how did we get to this place? And they immediately go to, I don't need a man, so they're not going to be submissive to a man, especially if you're a regular guy. If you're a regular guy, they're just going to be playing the field. You're going to be getting dogged left and right. And, that's pretty much what it's going to be until they'll never submit and do the right thing. They'll always be looking for that guy that's in the top 10%, top 5% of earners. And there's not enough of those men to go around. And like I said in the beginning, most of these women don't qualify for that. And even if you did look as good as Brittany Renner, do you have miles like Brittany Renner? Because if you do, you might not qualify. And she's going to find out that she's not going to qualify for a lot of things.
And now it's destroyed.
Now they're going to come along and fuck it up.
If it's not broke, don't
It's
fix
destroyed.
it.
It's been destroyed. Man has destroyed Earth. What are you talking about? It's been bad decisions from powerful men that got men to go to wars and from women to lose husbands.
Men
make decisions for war.
Listen, please.
Men kill men.
Please listen to me. Men built the earth. I'm not saying men are perfect, but the entire world that you're existing under was built by men.
Yeah, it's
all
true.
of it. So